Kia ora, kia ora, kia ora. Think everything is good to go. Let's go. Actually, I set up the camera today, so we'll jump straight over to the art screen because I actually pre-set up the camera this morning because I woke up really early this morning. Kia ora, chai. Enjoy your lurk. Super valid. I normally would have only just woken up an hour ago. Instead, I woke up very, very early because a cat decided to wake me up multiple times. Love him, but oh my god. Waking up to Shadow, like wet nose in my face, just, oh, do not recommend. Don't like the feeling of a wet cat nose on my face to wake up. But yeah, I got woken up a couple of times last night. Shadow's been sleeping on the couch lately on a blanket hoodie that I put out there for him. Last night he joined me, which is the first time in a while he's done that, and yeah, he decided to at one point sleep on my stomach, so I woke up to a very, very sore stomach and a cat fast asleep on me, so I had to move him off then. He was not happy. And then I woke up at another point, but that was because my tooth started flaring. We're having a bit of a bad tooth day, unfortunately. And then the third time I woke up was at 6:30, and it was Shadow booping me with wet noses. And I was just like, oh. And then I was like, oh, okay, you're probably booping me because you want me to get up and let you out, because Shadow sleeps inside, but we don't have a cat door, and so he will wake myself or mum up to let him out. And usually he'll wake mum up and he'll go and scratch at mum's door, and mum wakes up with that and lets him out. But he can wake me up by booping me on the head. It's just he knows that if he wakes me up, I take a while to get moving. But yeah, instead of being booped in the head, I was woken up by wet nose, and I was like, ugh. So I stretched and got up as quickly as I can, because I was like, you must want out. Yeah, he didn't want out. His food bowl was empty, and he was demanding food. It's like, you little shite. So I fed him, but then I was awake. So I was like, all right, we're awake. So I made my coffee and potted around. I did nails. I have fake nails on today. So yeah, I did nails, and then yeah, it was like, wow, I guess Shadow just decided I needed to have a chill morning before stream for once. So yeah, I mean, it was good. It was nice to wake up and have time, but also I still don't like waking up with a cat nose boop. It's the wetness of it. Like when he like boops me with his paw to wake me up, that's fine. But if it's a cold nose boop, it's just like, ugh. It's that thingy. Yeah, Shadow booped my Snoop, alright. So yes, Kia ora Iana and Double A as well on YouTube. Hello, hello. It's so good to see everyone. That's why, as I immediately start yawning, that's why we're live just a couple minutes early. It's like, I'm ready to go. I technically could have gone live at 8 o'clock, but I was like, yeah, nah, I'm gonna take a few moments here and do my nails and all that sort of stuff. So we had time today to play around, and yeah, still probably haven't technically had breakfast. I had like 2 bites of breakfast, but again, the tooth is a little sore today. It was just yogurt, and I've got it in the fridge, but it might be a bit of a soft food day. We are still waiting on the dental appointment at the hospital for that, so fingers crossed it'll come through soon, but it's not too bad. I do have painkillers and stuff I can take for it, but it says a lot, again, that my teeth hurt more than surgery. But yeah, we're feeling good. I did a big walk up the road to the supermarket yesterday. It was really lovely. I came home, and then I also cooked dinner last night. It was still pretty easy. I just made like homemade burgers, but really like deluxe burgers. We loaded them up. My burger was so full I could not finish my burger. So yeah, it was very, very tasty, and I made a second burger which is in the fridge for eating today if I think my mouth can handle it. But yeah, so that was delicious, and I really enjoyed that. Yeah, I'm really hoping that I'll get that appointment soon, and get this situation sorted, and we'll figure it out from there. But yeah, teeth, pain in the butt, aren't they? Anyway, let's bring out some pictures of Labradors. Oh. I don't know how to spell it. I can't spell. Words are hard. Labrador puppies. It's not how we spell Labrador, but Google will figure it out for me. Because Google's good like that. Right. So, what we want is we're going to carry on with latte and mocha. And we are going to, they are Labrador puppies, as we discussed last time. I might use that as a little reference here. Oh, one of these does not work. I need to get rid of you. And then just have you there. You work. Okay. And then I can just go like that. And just bring that up. Be like, there's our puppies. So, as you can see in this reference photo, we've got a golden, a chocolate, and then a black Labrador. And so I kind of want to take inspiration from the golden and the chocolate. I want to do a little bit more latte, like slightly more tanner colors. Like in this photo here, you can see this one line down here is a little bit more latte colored. But these are a different type of Labrador. So I do kind of want to go more that coloring for latte. And in mocha, we are going to do a more chocolate Labrador, because I just think the chocolate Labradors are gorgeous. Like, I love the coloring of it. So that's sort of the plan. Chocolate Labs sometimes have super deep blue eyes or brown eyes. Ooh. Yeah, it looks like there you can see like just gorgeous eyes and then like the deep brown eyes there. Yeah, so cute. So cute. I was thinking the latte one would do the dark brown eyes, because then I can bring the chocolate over and then we can bring the blue back in for the chocolate if you want blue eyes for one of them. Like, I was just going to do dark brown, but I like the idea of bringing in a little bit of blue because we have got a little bit of blue going on. But yeah, they're super cute. Hi, Zoe. Hello. Welcome in. Love puppies. Yeah, you're a little bit more of a puppy person than a cat person. I'm more of a cat person myself, but I can appreciate puppies and their cuteness. I just unfortunately do get quite sneezy with them, but I can get sneezy with cats. I think it's because of the dander and the pollens that they carry. So yeah, I just have to be aware of that. But yeah, right, we got all that in place. That's in place. Colouring Bumblebee as well. Hello. Kia ora, everybody. And yes, for your question before AA, there is some tooth numbing gel. I'm out of it. I do have some clove oil, but I have had so much clove oil. I don't really want to drool on stream. It's okay for now. It doesn't hurt too badly. It's just overnight when you're not really doing a lot that you notice a lot more. But right now, meh, it's fine. But yeah, I should look into getting some more of the tooth numbing gel actually. Not that I can get anywhere right now, but I could message my sister-in-law. She works at a pharmacy, and they'll probably pass us on the way home and just say to her, hey, do you guys sell tooth numbing gel, and could you guys drop some in on your way home? Possibly, if you come this way. Yeah. But yes, welcome in. So cool to see that you're live streaming, Jess. I did set like a reminder because I was really hoping that I would just like wake up, because it started at, I think it was 6:30 or 5:30 a.m. my time. I was like, I might wake up, but no, of course it was the one morning I slept until 9:30. Like, wow, completely missed that. But it's so cool to see you live streaming, so I hope you had fun. Okay, so I have the browns out that we have used already on the page. We do have a couple of like golden yellows too, but we are probably going to need to pull out some more colors because more colors. But we could probably do what with our chocolate lab. Pauline, kia ora. Welcome in. Kia ora, everybody. I hope you're all having good morning. There's a little bit of blue sky today, so we might have a break from the rain today. It's been a bit downpoury and miserable the last couple of days, but it's looking slightly blue sky on one side, grey sky on the other though, so we might have more rain. Planning to do it another week, so I really enjoyed it. Yay! One joy about the time zone situation is that when, you know, our time zones all change again, for those of us that have time zones that change, because I know some of you don't have daylight savings, but when daylight savings, you know, happens, it all happens at different times, but there will come a point where we've both gone past it, and then we'll move, like, we're technically 2 hours apart, but it makes things closer. So instead of being 5:30 a.m., it would be 7:30 a.m. if it was the same time. Yeah, so it makes things a little easier. Like, I get to see more of the UK and American streamers and stuff like that. It changes all the time zones, and I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. Have landed on an ice cream cone page in Rita Berman's summer. Oh, cute. I pulled out Rita Berman to take to the hospital with me, and I didn't actually end up colouring any of it, but it's still my, like, I want to colour this file. I just haven't gotten there. We'll get there eventually. There's no rush to do anything. Yeah, I think it's around October, November that we go back. We go forward, you go back, and it brings, even though we're technically further apart, it brings our times closer. That makes sense. Like, I go more in the future, but it brings our times closer. It's hard to explain, but yeah, it's like, instead of being like a 5-hour window, it's a 7-hour window or something, but it makes times easier for my American friends. It's a whole thing. I hate when time zones occur because I have to re-check in with all my D&D groups and then rejig all the times to make sure everything's working for everybody in time zones. For the group IDM, I'm the only one in New Zealand and everyone else is in America, so I just keep them at their regular time and I just shuffle depending on time zones. And of course, New Zealand time zone changes at different times to everyone else, so it's like, there's a time that I move back, I have to change by an hour, and then I have to change it an hour again for when the time zones change in America. So they always have to remind me, hey, our time zones are changing this weekend, because mine changed at a completely different time. Yeah. 26th of October for you guys. All good. I have no idea when ours are. It's just sometime in October, November, because ours spring forward, because we're in spring. Anyway, that's November's problem. Yeah, it would make sense if every country changed on the same day, but no. Honestly, Pauline, Time F is the worst. Like, I love running D&D groups with international peeps because it's fun to play with people all around the world. But the worst part of D&D is scheduling. And the sub part of that is scheduling with time zone calculations and trying to calculate when people are available across time zones. Oh, it's a challenge. But we do it. For the love of the game. Alright, I've got a range of browns here, including one of my favorite Polychromos browns, which is probably what we'll do the majority with, because if you know me, you know one of my favorite Polychromos colors, even though I'm not a big fan of brown, is 176 Van Dyke brown, because it's just a really good brown. And so it's a color I use a lot. to the point where I have 3 backups of this brown because it's just my go-to brown. It's kind of like the perfect neutral brown. So we're going to start with Mocha, because Mocha is our darker brown puppy. And we're going to start with Van Dyke Brown and just do lots of little strokes with a very sharp pencil. And basically cover everything in this delicious brown. I'm weird because my state doesn't change, but the rest of America does. Yeah, that's why I said I know some places don't change time zones, and yeah, it's... I know that there's a movement in a few places to be like, should we get rid of daylight savings? I do kind of like it where you kind of... I do like spring where it springs backwards and then you get an extra hour. But, oh, doing markets on a daylight savings, like doing markets and knowing that normally you get up for markets at 3 a.m. or something and you're doing it on daylight savings, and so you have to get up at 2 a.m. because 2 a.m. becomes 3 a.m. and you lose an extra hour on an already long early morning. Oh, I don't miss that. I personally love Nougat and Bistre. That's valid too. They're also good colours. It's funny how we have those sort of colours that we gravitate towards or that we just love and just hold on to. Like, again, I'm not someone who, like, would classify brown as a favourite colour, but I just know I go to Van Dyke Brown a lot and I use it a lot. And I'm pretty sure in here you'll find at least 4 or 5 Van Dyke Browns, because it's definitely the Polychromos I've gone through the most of. I know in 1 month I actually went through 2 of them alone because I was doing so much brown work. And I was away on holiday and I had to emergency order more pencils because I was running out of Van Dyke Brown. So yeah, that's now why I keep like 3 or 4 Van Dyke Browns in my spares. Although I'll have to check, because I know I have at least 1 spare because I've got 1 entire spare set of Polychromos pencils. And then I've got a pencil case with some loose ones as well. So I have to check if I've got any more in there. Brown is such a usable colour. Almost every page needs some brown. It really is. And it's also like, I think the reason why I like Van Dyke Brown is because it's a neutral brown. And it's actually, like, you can use it with purple to shade purple. You can actually use it with greens. You can use it with reds and oranges and yellows. And to a point, you can also use it with blues if you're working with a real green blue. It's a really good neutral. And because Polychromos, they layer and tint so much, if you need to tint a colour to be more neutral and have an earthy tone to it, Van Dyke Brown is what I use. So that's why I go for a lot of it, because it is my neutralizing neutral, if that makes sense. Like, it's just a go-to colour for me. Plus, it's my go-to brown. So, yeah, I use a lot of Van Dyke Brown. I just find it works with practically every tone. It works with all of the warmer pinks. The cooler pinks and the pure blues is where it can struggle a little bit, but it still works. You just got to be very light with it. But it still works. Yeah, we'll use a little bit of burnt umber. We're going to start bringing this into some of our more shadowy areas. I'm going to make sure I have my little reference up of my chocolate puppies. So we are trying to do a chocolate Labrador here for Mocha. And I know the description actually says that they are identical twins of puppies, but I do really want to keep them, you know, I want a chocolate and then a more golden Labrador. And I also know that's a very common representation of them as well. But, I mean, Chocolate labs are just so cute. It's in the name too. They're chocolate labs. Why wouldn't we want a chocolate lab? Chocolate, hello. But the real question is, milk, dark, or white? Or any. Or none. None is also valid. There are people out there that don't like chocolate, and that is quite alright. I personally am a milk girl. Whittaker's creamy milk. It has to be Whittaker's. Because Whittaker's is just, honest to God, some of the greatest chocolate in the world. And it kind of ruins all other chocolate for me. They've actually got a new flavour out, so I need to... It's banana though. I'm not a big fan. It's of banana flavouring, but it's like it's a caramel chocolate. So if you know, like dairy milk caramello, think like that. But the caramel is also banana, so it's banana caramel chocolate. So I think almost everyone has coloured them dark and light to match their names. Yeah. I think most people have as well, but you know, that's okay. Like everyone wants, if that's how everyone wants to colour them, that's how everyone wants to colour them, and you do you. Like, it's your colouring book. Interpret it however you want. Heck, if you want to do them purple and green, do them purple and green. Like, it's your colouring book. Yeah. I'm a milk girly, but love white as a treat. All of the above. Yep. Yeah, I can get behind white, and I can get behind dark too. Like, I mean, chocolate's chocolate. Like, let's face it, chocolate is chocolate. So, and I'm not exactly someone who denies their treats. My God, he doesn't exactly help with the flattering shot there, but hey. I eat enough on stream that you all know, and that's okay. I like treats, and I think it's okay. But, yeah. Alright, we're going to make sure we get around the mouth as well, because usually they have like a really dark inner lip, and then it goes into their teeth, so that'll be darkened up as well. There's one particular brand here too. I got my mum and my aunt onto it recently, which is Queen Anne chocolate. I don't know if it's actually manufactured in New Zealand or if it's another brand that's imported, but they're a little pricey because they are like a quality chocolate brand. But they're really good. They do like marshmallow fish and some bits and pieces. But they have this marshmallow chocolate bar. So it's marshmallow, it covered in like a thin layer of chocolate, and it's covered in a dark chocolate, but it's got this boysenberry jelly layer. And the boysenberry layer is actually quite tart, and with the super sweet marshmallow and then the like rich creamy dark chocolate around it, it just hits so good. It's such a good combo. I'm not a big fan of dark. I have a very sweet palate, so dark is just too bitter for me. But if it's the only option, I won't say no. That's super valid too. And there are like, it also depends on like the darkness of the dark. Because like Whittaker's, which is the brand that we have here, the New Zealand brand, they do everything from a 50% to a 92%. So it depends what scale of dark you're going as well. Like that 92% dark, it is dark and it is bitter, but it is good. But I also drink black coffee. So to me, it's like having black coffee. But I can fully understand that not being everyone's palate. I actually don't like chocolate. That's valid, double A. I eat it, but I don't request it. That's valid. There are people out there who don't like it. That's why I said, you know, if you don't like it, you don't like it. Okay, make sure we do the snoot. I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling great, Zoe. And don't worry about lurking. If you need to lurk, you lurk away, hun. I appreciate you being here in whatever form you are here and whatever socializing capabilities you are here. And if that's none, that is super valid. If that is, I can't even be here and I want to watch the VOD later, that's also valid. If it's like, I don't even want to watch the VOD, that's also valid. You do you, just look after you and your spoons, because spoons are precious. That's why you can never find one when you need one. Right. Just gonna fill in a little bit more area. Should probably bring you in a bit more. I just realized how far zoomed out I am. No, I don't want that. I want... That's the wrong way, Amy. We're functional today. Can you tell we're functional today? Bring you in a bit. There we go. Now you can kind of see what I'm doing, and I'll just have to be careful to not do this, which I'm notorious for doing as well. Do more of this. So you can see it's a lot of little strokes at the moment. We got a lot more work to go, but we're starting to fill them in. What do you think of the neckerchiefs? I'm not sure yet. I have not decided on that. We've got like the blue that we've done the ribbon for Lily, but I don't think I want to do the same blue. Like, it's not like they've got the same owner. Yeah, I mean, red is classic, so I'm kind of like, I know red is very classic. Yeah, I'm open to suggestions, so if you've got suggestions, let me know. We could also pull out washi tape and do a pattern on them. I could also do like my own pattern on them, so do like a gingham, which I think would also be really, really cute. And draw in a gingham pattern, which is also something I'm leaning towards, because I feel like I kind of want a bit of a patterned fabric. Yeah, not 100% sure, open to suggestions. And there's also no rule, like, I'll keep the puppy's fur the same, but I may end up changing out the neckerchief colors. Like, they own several of them, and their owners changed them, you know, because fashion accessories. All right, I need to empty my pencil sharpeners. Stomach blue can last quite a while, hun. Yeah, depending on the variant. I'm so sorry. I hope it passes soon, though. Yes, I am using an old potato chip bag to empty pencil sharpeners into. It just works. Ooh. Pattern? Every time dog gets groomed in the States, they get a new accessory. There you go. Yeah. I know. I just think, like, I'll track the colours just in case, but I may also change that depending on the situation and what they're looking like and what they're doing and stuff like that. Because also, I just think that'll be fun. It's the same thing with my Kanoko Egusa, which is underneath and being used as a book support here with Story of Precious Cats, where we've got the cat colours written down, and then I've got their clothes colours written down, but their clothes can change because I don't want to do the same coloured clothes all the way through the book. So we are using some walnut brown, and I also have dark sepia on hand. So we're going to start with walnut brown, and we're putting more of the little strokes in areas where there would be shadowed. So it's darker around there, and then filling in extra spaces around, but not as densely. It's more dense in areas there would be shadows and less dense in non-shadowed areas. So we're shading while we're also doing all those little fur textural strokes. That's how I do fur. Yeah, I feel like there should be a gingham pattern. Yeah, I'm really leaning towards a gingham pattern, so I might do gingham. It's just so cute as well. I was going to watch some videos yesterday. Some colouring videos from my backlog. But of course I've been playing The Sims and I've been watching a bunch of Sims content on YouTube. And so it came up with a suggestion of these crazy builds that people are doing. And then I just deep dive crazy Sims builds for hours upon hours yesterday while playing The Sims. And then, like, I was meant to have a phone call with a friend at about 2 o'clock. And I looked up and it was 5 p.m. and I'm like, oh my god. It was like, whoops. Whoopsie-daisy. So, yeah, I got lost. Who do I watch? I can't even tell you the names of who I watch. I mean, I know Little Simsy because I was talking recently about Little Simsy, and I think everyone knows Little Simsy. But I also watch a lot of Whiny Brit. I kind of like watch her kind of attitude and how she plays The Sims. But then the one that I was deep diving, let me just find them in my history. There's a lot to go through. Sid Mac is who I was watching a lot of. Does some really interesting builds. So yeah, SYDMAC. In fact, I'll get their channel. Copy. Don't you autoplay anything, because there we go. That's who I was kind of deep diving a lot of last night. KP, kia ora, kia ora. I'm literally just jumping in for a quick hello. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing fantastically, KP. It is not even like I've had surgery. So we're doing great. But absolutely, go do your groceries. Good on you doing the human adult things. I hope you get some yummies as well as the essentials. And yeah, hopefully we will see you later on. The wind is picking up. Sure sign of a thunderstorm. My banana trees are blowing in the wind. Oh my goodness. Stay safe, Yana. We've had a few thunderstorms and stuff here lately, so it is fascinating to watch the trees, but yes, stay safe. Your Sims is my Final Fantasy. Yeah. I have played a little bit of Final Fantasy, more Kingdom Hearts though. I did play a lot of Kingdom Hearts. I can appreciate Final Fantasy. I don't tend to play it, but I do watch Violacious play a bunch of it. And I know Vi very much loves Final Fantasy, so yeah, I've watched a lot of Vi playing it. Yeah, Catchy Virus. I feel like I have watched Catchy Virus as well. There's a lot that I just randomly watched I haven't technically subscribed to, but they just pop up in my feeds, and I'm like, oh, that looks interesting. But yeah, last night I was specifically watching a lot of Sid Mac, and there was a couple of others that were popping up, but I kept on deviating back to Sid Mac because I feel like how they build is also very much how I like to build. But yeah, it's so easy to get lost in the content, and especially right now with everyone doing the new pack and Enchanted by Nature stuff and fairy stuff and watching all those sort of builds. And yeah, so it's like I'm inspired to get building and creating in there right now. And I'm like, I've barely been colouring, and I've just been playing Sims. If I haven't been streaming colouring, I haven't been colouring. Which is very unlike me, but every once in a while I'll go through these times where I don't need to colour as much, and I instead play video games, and we're in one of those times right now, and that's okay. Yeah. My art porch is ceiling floor windows on 2 walls. Oh, I would love that. It is one of the things, because where I live with Mum, we talked about, like, if we won the lotto and we were to renovate the house, which desperately needs it. But where the kitchen is, I mean, the whole kitchen needs an overhaul, but there's also an outdoor porch that we don't even go onto. We can't access it. But closing in that porch with glass windows, because it overlooks a valley and the mountain and trees, like, just gorgeous landscape. would be absolutely amazing. And it would be wonderful to do similar in my room here with the windows. Like, I do have big windows in front of me. Again, I've got to get the trees in front of me trimmed down because they've popped up again. But when they're trimmed down, I also overlook the valley, and it's just like so pretty. So pretty. That's why I don't have curtains on these windows. I have curtains on the little window up here though, because the sun comes in and lands directly on my computer, and then I can't work. But yeah, there's something about colouring with like the trees around you swaying and being able to watch like the weather roll in, and yeah, it's absolutely stunning. So I bet that's amazing, Yana. I bet that is an amazing place to colour. Alright, we do need to sharpen the dark sepia a little bit more. Why did I put you to the side, Walnut Brown? You're staying there because we're still going to track you. Oh, lovely sharp pencil. So sharp, it's going to start snapping off. Alright, dark sepia, and again, really focusing this one in our dark areas. And this will also help blend in those little black strokes from the line work that's in place. that I'm not always the biggest fan of. It does work on Shadow, aka Leon. Shadow is currently outside. His stray friend came to visit. So we fed the stray his breakfast so he wouldn't eat the birds around us. And then they've gone off to play. Tell you, like, I was saying how last stream Shadow is coming up 15 or possibly is 15 years old. Doesn't seem like he's 15. Like, he is getting more grumpier, and we do suspect he has got a little bit of arthritis in his back legs because he's not jumping up to stuff now. He prefers to drag himself up by his front paws. He doesn't like using his back paws all that much. But yeah, he still likes to run around and play and cause trouble. Yeah, he's coming up 15. He's an old boy. Making sure we get that nose so we can deepen our nose and our ears and under our mouth. So what are we all colouring today if we're colouring along? If we're working on something else, what are we working on? Did I message my cousin happy birthday? Sorry. Yeah, I did. Good. Sorry, just had that random thought of, oh, it's my cousin's birthday. One of those things that was on my to-do list before stream, and then it was like, did I? I did. I'm laying in bed relaxing. That's my Saturday goal. That is a fabulous goal to have, AA, and I am glad to hear that you are achieving it. Hopefully. I finished my page in Clara Markova, Orchid Full of Berries, a nice Christmas page. Cute. I finished my first box of frogs and flowers instead of my members only live stream, then finished a whip for prompt in the Cute and Cozy Facebook group. Well done, Zoe. That's very productive. Be doing some colour by numbers in Disney Vitro tonight, so I couldn't make a decision. Was in the mood for proper colouring. That's, hey, it's still proper colouring. All colouring is valid. But I get what you mean about the no finky colouring. But it's still proper colouring. Sometimes you just need that, like, that break, eh? I worked from 7 AM this morning, so I had a little afternoon siesta. So tired from the heat. Yeah, the heat has been crazy from what I've been hearing from y'all. Which does make me really worried, because usually if the other side of the world has a hot summer while we're in winter, we get a hot summer as it swaps around. And I'm like, no, 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 no. Please no hot summer. Please no. I don't want a hot summer. I want a temperate summer. And a temperate winter. Because air conditioning isn't a thing in this house. So it'll be fans. Lots and lots of fans. And like, I live in blanket hoodies. I love blanket hoodies. I live in these things. Like, I love being snuggly and warm in oversized sweaters. So summer, not my jam. Like, give me the cooler winter. But don't give me too cold of winter, because then it hurts my joints, and I don't like that either. And that's why I'm like, just give me temperate. Just, you know, just always be the perfect temperature. Which for snuggling up in blanket hoodies is about 15, 16. Could be a little colder. It depends on the humidity as well. That's where it really gets me, is the humidity. Like, you know, it could be 13, but 100% humidity. And then it feels like it's 25. Yeah. Yeah. We're having a mild sun for us. It's 40 Celsius, but we usually get to 49 Celsius plus. No. No. Like, getting over 25 is too hot for me. But where I live, we do get quite humid. So, like, if it's dry, difference. Like, I can do 30 and no humidity. But 25, it's like when it gets over 25 and it's 100% humidity and you're just like, ugh. And again, air conditioning's not a thing here. Our houses don't naturally come with air conditioning, so. Am I right in thinking golden matte medium can be used to treat my page before watercolor? I've used other stuff, but this one is meant to be better. Yana, you might know the answer to this. I don't have golden matte medium, so I can't answer, but hopefully someone can. It sounds like the sort of thing that you might be able to treat a page with. Yeah. Talking to a co-worker who comes from Ghana, and even he is struggling in the heat. He says the heat in Africa is different, completely different, and not a lot nicer than here. Yeah. I think that comes down to humidity as well. I think that's a really big point of it. Like, that's the thing here, is the humidity. Because dry heat is actually, can be easy. Like, it can be hot, but at least in dry heat, it's not, I don't know, there's something about humidity. The stickiness, the mugginess, that feeling consistently wet and damp but hot and clammy. Just humidity is horrendous, and unfortunately where I live we get humid, so there are times where in summer, like, I have to move my watercolor papers because my watercolor paper will just be sitting on a shelf and it will start, it absorbs the moisture. The workplaces that I've worked in, when we get to our summers, we often will have issues with our printers and our photocopiers because the paper is absorbing the humidity because it's so humid. Yeah, 49 Celsius when your flip-flops melt to the pavement. It's like, that's when you cook an egg outside. I don't even know what dry heat is. All I know is hot, humid British summers. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, no, I can do drier heats better than I can do humidity. I feel the humidity is what gets me. And the thing is, I should I should like the heat, because again, when I'm cold, it hurts my joints. So heat is a bit better, but I don't like being hot. Because it's like, if you're cold, you can warm up. But when you're hot, it's hard to cool down. Yeah. So offices not use dehumidifiers. Yeah, again, air conditioning, dehumidifiers, not so much a thing here. It's not normal to just go into a place and automatically have AC. It's only recently become law that there has to be heating. Like, yeah. They only recently passed they've done a bunch of things to improve rentals in New Zealand, so they've recently made it that all rentals have to be insulated. Rentals weren't even, like, insulated, and yeah. Some of our housing's pretty atrocious here. But yeah, it's like there are houses now, especially more modern builds, that, you know, they'll build and they'll have a heat pump, and so they will get air conditioning because they've got a heat pump or something like that. But it's not common. Yeah. I used to have a dehumidifier. It's actually how I dried my clothes when I lived in an apartment, because I didn't have an outdoor area to dry clothes and I didn't have a dryer. So I would wash my clothes and then I'd set a clothing rack and put a dehumidifier in front of it, and it would suck all the moisture out of the clothes, and that's how I dried my clothes. So I used to have one. It broke from use. The only... Oh, excuse me. Oh, pardon me. The only medium I've used before using watercolor is gesso. Which does put a lot of texture on the page, but does work well, does its job. So satin glazing liquid. Ah, yes. Yes, I have heard of satin glazing liquid. Again, I have not used it, and I have no idea about the experience. I've used Liquitex clear acrylic gesso. It works and I stick with it. But it is very textured. That being said, I have read that you can do like several coats of the clear gesso, so it's really built up on the page nice and thickly, and then you can take a super fine sandpaper and actually rub over it, and it will remove a little bit of the texture. Something that I've read, have not tried, but I should try this one day. Now we're in, just add a bit more shading. We've got most of the areas covered up. If there's a few little areas where some white's poking through, it just sort of looks like a highlight. But we want to make sure our dark areas are solid so that we've got that difference. So just sort of going in, filling in spaces, darkening and deepening, and making a more rich chocolate color. Gonna grab a drink. All good, Zoe. Ooh. Oh, excuse me. Why am I yawning so much? I mean, I know why I'm yawning, but still. I've literally had 3 cups of coffee and drinking an energy drink. It's not even 10 AM. Caffeine. Honestly, it's barely even touching the sides. I have bubbles, yeah! So I did a walk up to the supermarket and I got bubbles. I got both my Coke and energy drink. did a big walk up there. And then walked back with all the groceries loaded on my walking frame. Picked up like a bunch of new cat food. We didn't need more cat food. Shadow was sorted, but it was on sale. So I was like, I'll pick up some more while we're there. Because, you know, we're going to need it. And then picked up bubbles. And I picked up stuff to make burgers for dinner for me and Mum. And I've got a leftover burger for lunch today, if I can chew it. And I mean load of burgers. So it's got like the beef patty, cheese, egg, bacon, avocado, lettuce, tomato, red onion. No tomato in mine though, because it irritates my mouth. The tomatoes were particularly acidic and they were really irritating my mouth last night. So the second one I didn't put any tomato in. I did put in beetroot though. I love sliced beetroot. And then garlic aioli and tomato sauce. Pickles. I was going to grate up some carrot, but then I was like, no, I think we've got enough. I think that was everything I put in there. Yeah, it's massive. Like, I ended up, to eat it, I had to put paper around it and then hold it to keep it in place, like to make a pouch for it. Like, that absolutely loaded burgers. And Mum basically just, in the end, just, like, we were using a knife and fork to try and get all our bits together and stuff. Like, loaded burgers. It's a salad on a burger, pretty much. It's a salad and bread. It's a massive sandwich. But it was tasty because, yeah, again, with not driving and not, like, we don't really go out for a lot of food or takeaways or, you know, burgers and stuff like that from joints. And I was like, nah, I'm going to make burgers. I'm going to have loaded burgers. And I mean, it's not like it's hard because I did buy the supermarket pre-made meat patties, but they're really good quality meat patties. So they were really yum. Yeah, we did end up trying to cut it, but things were just falling out. Like, they were messy. It was just easier with a knife and fork. I thought we had some, like, skewers, because I was going to skewer them together, but it turned out we didn't have any skewers. And I was like, damn, I thought we had skewers. But yeah. But they were loaded burgers, and the burger was so loaded that I didn't finish my burger. Like, I ate half my burger. It was that filling, and then I had the other half later on, so it was good though. Yeah, Mum ended up doing a burger bowl. In fact, for her second one, she just didn't even put bread on it. She just made a burger salad for her second one. And so, yeah, and I barely finished my first burger, and then I made one for lunch today. But it was good. Because, like, if you're going to make a burger at home, you know, you can really load it up. And you can just, it's nice. You can put all the things in that you wanted. Sometimes as well, we'll do, and if we had any, I would have also done pineapple. Taking the canned rings of pineapple and then frying them just like in a pan fry, which caramelizes them. But because they've been canned and then cooked, doing enough of that fully cooks out the enzyme that I react to. Because certain foods, kiwi fruit and pineapple notably, strawberries and kiwis are also in the same, strawberries and tomatoes are also in the same family. But there's a certain enzyme that irritates my mouth. And some of you may notice that if you eat kiwi fruit and your mouth gets a little tingly. Yeah, so if I don't have to eat kiwi fruit. If there is kiwi fruit in a fruit salad or kiwi fruit that touches something else, if it's just near me, my mouth just goes poof, because I react that strongly to that enzyme. And then raw pineapple, like I can have maybe like a fingernail size, and then my mouth will start being on fire and start tingling and swelling. So I react very strongly to them. But if they're cooked, the enzyme is cooked out. So that is why I like pineapple on pizza, for example, because it's one of the few ways I can eat pineapple. Yeah. Chai, welcome back in. Yeah, loaded wraps are good too. I'm notorious for doing that as well. I was just putting too many ingredients in my wrap, but it's like I want all the salad. It's like at some point I should just give up and have a salad and put the wrap on the side. It's like, you want all the ingredients, so give me all the bits. So many tasty things. We did wraps for a few days as well. So yum. And then Mum made a big savoury mince, and we had that for a few days, and then we had burgers. And then tonight it's probably just leftovers and get your own and stuff like that. I do have a few like soup packets in the fridge, so I'll probably actually just do that, just keep it nice and soft. But yeah, my hope is that we'll be driving again tomorrow, which means I can regularly get to the supermarket if I need to. Though it's still good to walk up to the local, but it means we can go and do a big shop at the actual supermarket, which is very much needed to be done. Alright, I think we're going to just use a little bit of black. Just a little bit, not a lot. We don't need it like shadow, but I just want to deepen a couple areas a bit more. Just really build up a little bit of that shadow, because Chocolate Labs do have a little bit of a darker area. I just also realized we can't color in the eyes of the labs because the eyes are actually already colored in. So unfortunately we won't be doing blue eyes for our lab. But maybe we can do the... Although we have already done blue, but maybe we can do blue for the bandanas, the neckerchiefs. That's such a hard word to say. The accessories. I just realized I need to turn off this light behind me because we're getting shadow from the light behind me because I had it turned on this morning. Ooh. Alright. I may have to turn my brightness up slightly to compensate, but that should at least stop. Yeah, there we go. Now I've got no back shadows. Good choice, Yana. Fully agree. Oh my god, like, good garden tomatoes. So I was saying before about how the tomatoes were too acidic for my mouth and they tingled my mouth. But homegrown tomatoes, especially like heirloom tomatoes and certain varieties of tomatoes that are grown at home, can just eat them with no worries. Love a good... Yeah, good homegrown tomatoes are just full of flavor, and literally you just like, you can just eat the tomato. A little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, just eat it. So good. Love it. Corn on the cob. Oh, I miss summer. I miss summer fruit and veggies. I miss fruit and veggies being reasonably priced. We're in winter, so like, it's apples. And that's about it. Okay, so let's look at our image. No, they do have pink tongues, so we don't need to colour in the tongues. Yeah, no, I'm happy with that. It's looking a little lighter on screen. It's a little darker in person. But I think that will work. It's like how the shadow cat looks a little bit more brown than the black, but he is black. It's a little warmer on screen. Okay, so before we carry on, we need to do the important thing of tracking our colours. Because I want my colours to remain consistent throughout the book. And so in order to do that, I need to record my colours. So this is Mocha. We have 176 280 177, 175, and then 199 for black. And then we'll leave a space for also writing down the pinks of their tongues and any other colours. I might make a note of the colours I use for the gingham shirt as well, but yeah, again, we might change their accessory colours depending on the page and where they're at. Like, I don't know how much they feature. No, these are Page of Puppies. Oh, this is such a cute book. Can't wait to get some more done in here too. I just really like colouring kitties. If you haven't figured that out by now. We like colouring kitties here. Okay, latte. So, we want to also use a little bit of Van Dyke Brown, because that'll keep them similar. But then we're also going to bring in some nougat and some bistre. Then we want to bring in a little bit of golden, so we'll bring in some light umber. Nope, you're light umber. I don't know what you are. 182. The name's being worn off. We might keep light umber to the side anyway, just in case. Alright, we're going to start with bistre. Hope it's how it's pronounced. It's what I've always called it anyway. And then once we've done latte, we'll look at some owls and we'll see if we can figure out the colour for Baron, and then we get to do all the fun bits around and start pulling out some more colours and some bits and pieces around. So, home stretch. And we won't have to like record our colours or be specific about our colours there. I might need some flower help if you happen to know what any of the flowers are, if we do want to do specific flowers, but part of me is also like, meh, we'll just make up flower colours. Like, I know these ones are tulips. Possibly they're pansies, but then the little ones next to it, I don't know. I do know pansies, and that is because it was my grandmother's favourite flower, because she liked the cheeky little faces on them. And so when she passed, what we did was we just got a plain white coffin, but then I actually went and painted the coffin. And we talked to the funeral home about this, and we were like, is this an option for like me to come in for just a couple of hours and paint some flowers on the coffin? They're like, yeah, that's amazing, we love that idea. So did that, and yeah, it was really cool. It was a really fun experience. When the owner first saw what I was doing, she thought it, when I explained what I was planning to do with the pansy, she's like, oh, this is going to take you like several trips. And then she came back a couple of hours later, she's like, oh my god, you're nearly done. I was like, yeah, because I did like a one dip technique where I had like a light and a dark purple and a wide brush, and I dipped either side and then used that and just did twists and did the pansies that way. So it was really quick, because again, it's being looked at from a distance. I wonder if I can find the photos. I did have them saved externally, but yeah. Like, it was really nice as a thing to do, and I had real fun. Me and Mum went down there to the funeral home and we just painted away, and yeah. So it's quite a fun thing to say that I've painted a coffin before, but no idea where it is. I used to be a sugar flower artist, so you know most flowers. Well done. I am not particularly floral. I've talked about it before that I enjoy flowers, they're very pretty, but I'm not someone who knows flowers or spends a lot of time with them. Like, I don't know, they are what they are. But yeah, I look at photos and I'm like, flowers, and I'm like, I don't know who that is. Alright, I'm still trying to find this photo. I thought I had it saved on the computer, and now I'm having to go through Facebook, and I can't even find it on my Facebook. So I'm having to go back and look at another Facebook to find it. No, I didn't say scroll back up. Umi, hello, welcome in. How are you going today? This puppy is so cute. This whole book is cute, but thank you. I do like how Mocha turned out. We will be working on Latte. I just got distracted trying to find a photo of something, and I'm just not winning at finding this photo. Sure, it was just a bit before here. Yeah, no. Hey. I'm sure they're on my phone. And that's the problem. They're on my phone. Okay. We'll do it this way. How are you going today? Alright, albums. I know, there it is here, because I knew we had an entire album with it. So what I was talking about before, the photos I was trying to find, this is going back to just before I got ill, before I used the walking frame, so back when I was mobile, and actually a lot tinier. But yeah, when my nana passed, I painted her coffin. And so, like, this is back when I had blue hair as well. I miss my blue hair. Part of me is tempted to do my blue hair again. But yeah, if you haven't seen me with blue hair, I used to have blue hair. I had blue hair for about 8 years. But yeah, this was me in the back of the funeral home. And they just set me up in their garage. And I just took in paints. And it was all one stroke type stuff. So I had a paintbrush and I dipped it in light and dark. And then I would just do the swirls. And then went in and just did some yellow dots in the center. So it didn't take too long in comparison to what you'd imagine for covering a whole frame with it, a whole coffin with it. But like from a distance, they looked really like it was covered in pansies. And then they put all the hardware back on at the funeral home. So yeah, the funeral home was real lovely about it as well. And it's like, that's such a cool, unique thing. Yeah, so you can see our little setup there where I had the disposable pallets and some old Wendy's cups that I was using for water and just cheap acrylic paints. And the funeral home kept on bringing out like cookies and stuff for us too. But yeah, they were really shocked at how quickly it came together. And when we put it there for the funeral and then they put the actual pansies on top with the different shades of purple, was really lovely, and it was such a like lovely way to say goodbye as well. Yeah. So yeah, I had like my little references. So I still have all this in the folder that I used to do all that. So it was really cool. Very unique experience as well, and really quite cool to do as well. But yeah, the best thing about all that is, so when that was my dad's mum that passed, and when she passed, she was like 6 months away from 100. So she'd lived a life. But when she passed, we didn't know what to do. She passed in hospital, and the hospital put us on to Vosper's, which is a local funeral home here in Taranaki in New Plymouth. And they were lovely. They were so lovely. Really, really helpful. Again, we were dealing with this lovely person called Jacqueline. We had no idea what we were doing, and she really helped out. And when we were talking about the casket and stuff like that, and me painting it, she was the one that was like helping me with like giving me an area to paint and all this sort of stuff. So lovely. But the thing that was really cool about it was we got this really cool relationship. And so when less than a year later, my dad dropped dead out of nowhere, really, really surprisingly, she was one of the first people I called, because I was like, I know we need a funeral person, and we know this person. So yeah, that's was also like a really cool bonus of knowing, oh, I know who to contact now. I know what to do. So yeah, that was really, really lovely too. And again, Jacqueline, fully recommend. Random recommendation. I don't know if anyone from New Plymouth watches me. If you need, like, you never know what you're going to do in those situations, because you don't plan for it. It just happens. So yeah, it's just one of those things. Artsy Indo, kia ora, welcome in. I'm doing well, thank you. I hope you're doing well. Such a cool thing to do on a casket. Yeah, it's kind of like, it is a really neat thing to do. I know, I've seen before, like, caskets where people draw messages on, and I've said to Mum, because we were talking about, you know, as well, that for me, I think, you know, if I was to go, I would like just a plain white coffin, but then markers everywhere for everyone to draw all over, like paint pens and markers, and like turn my casket rainbow. Write your messages, draw your pictures, like put glitter all over it, like turn my casket into a work of art, if you're even putting me in a casket. Like, yeah. I'm like, rainbow and glitter, like, have fun with it, be creative with it. And I've seen that done before with a couple of people where they've made it so you can write messages on the casket. But yeah. Probably should be careful around this topic, because it can be quite triggering for people, and I don't like people to be triggered when they're in this chat, so yeah. Probably not the wisest topic. I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard topic to talk about, but it's also something that should be talked about. But yeah, I'm also aware this is our glittery bubble of escape, so we will move on to safer topics. Just because I like everyone to feel safe and comfy, and we try our best to do that here. But it does make me want to get back into painting. That's the thing as well. I kind of, like, I haven't done any acrylic painting in a while, except for the pages, the colouring book pages that I coloured in. I haven't done like any acrylic painting for a while. I'm kind of feeling the mood to do that. I was also looking in my cupboard the other day, and I still haven't done this. And I brought this like 2 years ago to do for like a birthday stream. And I still have not built this little flower shop kit. And I need to do this, because I love this kit. I just think this is the most chaotic clutter that I've ever seen, and it's super cute. I have opened it up because I had a look at it and see what was in it. But yeah, it's one of those DIY kits, and I have not even done it, and I should. So we might have to do a special stream one day where we start building this, because I imagine this is going to take a few streams as well. This is not going to be a quick build. I can't get this open with my nails right now. But yeah, or I just don't build it on a stream and just build it for myself. It's gonna have to wait until we're back on the injection though, because I know my hands can't do this right now. But yeah, one day we will do this. One day. It just lives in my cupboard. I mostly want to do it so I have a justifiable reason to buy some other ones as well, because there's some really cute ones out there and I kind of want them. But then I can build that and absolutely hate building that and then decide, nah, I'm not buying one ever again. So, yeah. Would love to watch you do it. I've got one of the houses and boy is it fiddly. Yeah. I watch a lot of, it was one of those impulse purchases because I watched a bunch of videos of people building them. It was actually when I was in hospital. Not this time with the surgery, but previously. A previous time, because the thing is, like, when I go into hospital, the hospital here has free Wi-Fi, so you can go to the hospital and you can watch YouTube, but they restrict what YouTube videos you can watch. So I discovered this with the surgery, that a lot of people's channels are not available, including my own. I couldn't even watch my own channel when I went into the hospital, which I found hilarious. It's like, I'm a restricted channel? Okay. It is, like, I don't know what makes a restricted channel or not, but yeah, they restrict a lot of channels, and it's just for no reason whatsoever. But a lot of the videos that do come up are videos where people don't talk, so like time lapses of people building those kits was one of the things I could watch this time in hospital. And that's what kind of got me deep dived on it. And then Impulse brought one of the kits. And so it's been sitting there for a while. I've seen the Lego Notre Dame. It looks lovely. Ooh, I saw a Lego build of Notre Dame. It was huge. And the person posted they needed new fingertips. Oh my goodness. I could get into Lego if I could afford Lego. The Dungeons and Dragons Lego kits. And I've got a friend who's got them and has built them, and oh, just absolutely gorgeous, so gorgeous. And I'm like, no. But if I was to buy Lego, I would buy the Dungeons and Dragons Lego. But it's like, nope. We aren't buying the Lego. We aren't getting into Lego, because that's another deep dive that I could see very easily falling into a terrible rabbit hole. I don't need more rabbit holes. I don't need it. Some gorgeous builds out there. And recently was looking at, because Mum and I were in the toy aisle for looking at some things, and I was looking at the Lego creator kits and all the flower kits as well, and I was like, oh. They was like, nope. Lego is a fantastical rabbit hole. It's a fantastical rabbit hole. I agree. It is fabulous. I think Lego is amazing. I cannot justify the cost of Lego. I'm avoiding them because I know once they're done, they're done. It's silly, yeah. Need a Lego building day? Love that. Yes. It's done, but then you can buy another. Oh. Yeah, I could see falling into the Lego rabbit hole. I do watch, like, occasionally Lego stuff will come up on my YouTube feeds or suggestions, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then I look at the price of Lego, and then I'm like, nope, goodbye. I'm pretty sure, because the room that I sleep in is my younger brother's old bedroom, and a lot of his childhood toys are still in the top of the cupboard, because I can't easily access the top of the cupboard, so it's like, look, there's no worry, eventually I'd like them out, because I'd like the storage space, but I'm not in a rush for it. So they live up there, and I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of Lego up there too. So I could message him and say, hey, I'm taking down your Lego just so I can play with it. But it's up there to give to his kids when they're a bit older. But I'm pretty confident that there's some Lego up there. Some old Lego. Yeah, and it's the price of it, and I can't justify it. There are some like building blocks and I think some Duplo and stuff like that in the Nibblings toys that we keep in the lounge for when the Nibblings, which is the terms I use for my nieces and nephews. They have some toys out there. So sometimes I play Duplo, which is, if you're not aware, big chunky Lego for like toddlers. We have a Duplo train that is very popular. And then one of the Nibblings is very much into fashion dolls. And so we play a lot of fashion dolls as well. And then sometimes the fashion dolls ride the train. Yeah. There's a lot of adventures. It's a lot of fantastical worlds that are built. Honestly, like, one day we had one of my Nibblings over and they were playing with the toys and they were creating this whole world and they were setting up different areas and they were primarily focusing on a bunch of ponies. And the story was that these ponies had moved in to the town to create a farm, but then the neighbors were like not happy with the ponies because the ponies were being too noisy and also they were being too smelly. And so the ponies were trying to build a toilet, but the mayor of the town wouldn't let them build a toilet. So they were going to the police to get the mayor of the town to let them build a toilet. And I'm just sitting there cracking up, laughing, like very, very quietly as this little, not even quite in school nibbling is making up this massive story full of like troubles and stuff like that. But the way that it was written, I was messaging a friend who is also a Dungeons and Dragons DM and relaying the plot, and we were just sitting there as DMs going, this could be a D&D campaign. And so I took some notes from it and I have it written down, and I swear, like, every time my nibbling comes around I take a few more notes, and I'm like, one day I'm going to run an adventure which is just entirely my nibbling stories. Because the things that this kid comes up with in terms of, like, you know, like them having to bribe the mayor to build a toilet and then them throwing a party to make all the neighbors think that they're nice, but then the food wasn't being delivered by the supermarket because the mayor was stopping them, so they got the police to block off the road so that the food could be delivered. It's like, child, I have no idea where these stories come from in your head, but they are very intriguing. Keep playing. Can't make to build a toilet for horses, yeah. And I'm also like, I don't know why that was the story that the nibbling went with, but that was the story. And I was like, well, you know, if the neighbors are complaining that the horses smell, like, yeah, I can see the use of a toilet. My grandma had a giant box of random Lego pieces my dad used to play with when he was little. And my sister would always build little houses to play with. Cute. Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Lego up in the cupboard is literally just like a suitcase full of Lego. And it's just various sets merged together. So. Yeah. But at the end of the day, like, Lego is wonderful for kids to play with. But kids have such an incredible imagination that they don't need like expensive Lego. Like, you know, like they'll make up stories with a secondhand, like all the toys that we have for the nibblings in the lounge are all secondhand things. Like, there's very few brand new toys in there, and you know, we got a bag of ponies for $1, and that was what the nibbling was using to make up this big story about the ponies on the farm, and you know, using different things to represent different things in the stories. And yeah, not all heroes make haste on build. Oh gosh, I have to say, like, let's be honest, if you don't have a working facility and someone comes in and builds you a working facility, like, they are your hero. I would be, like, incredibly, incredibly grateful to the person who built me facilities if I had no facilities. Oh, honestly, like, I would love to. I'm not doing this because, you know, the reason why I use the term nibblings is I don't even like to gender them or give identifying details about my nibblings. Like, children should be protected until they're of an age to consent themselves to be on the internet. So, you know, nibbling is referred to as just nibbling. But if both myself and the parents didn't feel like we should protect children like this, I would love to have the nibbling on here to entertain you all, because nibbling is very entertaining. But yeah, and that's not a dig at anybody that chooses to also put, like, I've seen streams where sometimes there are kids along with the streamer that will, sometimes they will, sometimes they won't show their face. That is entirely your choice as parental units and what you feel comfortable with. So I'm respecting both the wishes of the parents involved, but also I feel more comfortable protecting my nibblings this way too. But yeah, as much as I would love to, and maybe when they're a bit older and can understand, like, wouldn't have face cam on and refer to them by a nickname, maybe, but that would be, like, much older and with parental consent, because they also really like colouring, but they're just freaking entertaining. Kids are hilarious. Kids are just absolutely hilarious sometimes. Toilet babies are definitely heroes, exactly. I'm trying to remember. I'll have to open up my random notes where I keep track of the different things. I know there was an adventure about baking cakes one day too, because there was somebody who was swapping out ingredients and all the cakes were coming out wrong, but the dolls in this situation didn't know why the cakes were coming out wrong, and then they found out that there was a certain, I think it was like one of the kiddies or something, was secretly swapping all the ingredients for bad ingredients because they were upset that they didn't get a cake. But then the dolls were like, but we were making a cake, it was for your birthday. And yeah. And then the whole time the nibbling were playing, they were also asking for cookies because they needed them for the dolls, aka so they could keep eating cookies while playing. I'm gonna have to love you and leave you. Time for bed. No worries, Jess. I appreciate you being here. I know it is getting very late for you over there. Always appreciate when you can pop in even for a little bit. Get lots of lovely rest, and hopefully we'll catch you again another time. We're gonna need an extender for that one. But yeah, if you are a Dungeons and Dragons or roleplay, tabletop roleplay, GM or DM, Game Master or Dungeon Master, and you're stuck on story ideas for your campaigns, find your nibblings. In fact, Critical Role, which is probably one of the most well-known tabletop roleplay live shows, actual play shows on the internet, they did a recent little mini story campaign called Wild Mount Wildlings, which is based around summer camp. And for it, the Dungeon Master, Sam Regal, collected kids and created like a little boardroom, and the kids came up with like the things that were happening at the camp. It's so cute to watch where these kids, like the ideas that the kids have are just absolutely wild. And it makes the story so much better because the kids have created these horrific things. Do you have the Critical Role colouring book? Which one? Because I have all three. I have the Mighty Nine, Vox Machina, and then I have the Fae Fantasy one, and I will get their, yeah, these three. There's a fourth one coming out. 1, 2, and then I think the other one's in here. I need to sort this out. So, I'm a little bit of a critter. Just a little bit. She says, knowing damn well that this shelf here is full of Critical Role stuff. This one right here that's off to the side. Okay, so there's actually 3 Critical Role colouring books. And there is a 4th one coming out. So the first 2 are square type, and then we have this like more rectangular one, and there's another square type one coming out. So start the square ones, because these follow... Fae Fantasy was the one you're referring to? Yeah, I thought you might be. So each of these ones follow a campaign. So Critical Role Vox Machina. Now, if you haven't watched Critical Role, but you have Amazon Prime, there is an animated series called The Legend of Vox Machina that follows these characters. It is an animated version of the story they tell during the live play. A live play is a game of Dungeons and Dragons that they have recorded, and basically the goal of it was to... The goal of this game is to basically tell a story together. It takes a lot of episodes. It's very immersive. So the animated series is a good way to watch if you just want to, like, get a sense of it. It's very different from the actual live play because it's people using their imaginations to tell a story versus an animated cartoon. But the animated cartoon's good as well. I've watched a bit and gone, huh? Yeah. It can be a bit hard to get into if you're not 100% sure about D&D. There's also a lot to get started on. But yeah, the characters and the stories. Campaign 1, if you're watching the live play Critical Role, where they sit around a table and tell the story, I wouldn't recommend starting with Vox Machina. I would recommend starting with the Mighty Nine. And the reason for that is Campaign 1, which is Vox Machina, is where they were still figuring out technical stuff of streaming. They come into it already being level 9, so that a lot of story has happened. And yeah, Mighty Nine is they start early level, and they start level 2 basically, and you come in, they've already figured out their technical side, and I really like the characters of Campaign 2. So Campaign 2 is my favourite. And this one has a few of my favourite characters. It has a really interesting story. I liked 2. I've done that one in here. Did this one with Erica of Alm Colours. It was a buddy colour. So this is a very prominent moment of the story. Yeah, this one is... Done that one too. It's Caduceus Clay. So yeah, really, really cool campaign. And then campaign 3, which I have just finished, is Bow's House. So this book here focuses on one character from Bow's House, which is Fern Calloway. Now, the 4th colouring book that's coming out is another one of these ones, and it is the Bow's House one. So there is a specific Bow's House one coming out. I have not watched all of campaign 3. Campaign 3 did not capture me as much as campaign 2 does. I am about 60 episodes in. I am trying to get through it, but I get to about 60 and I'm just stuck. I get bored with it, and admittedly I am not as strongly attached to this campaign. There's a couple of characters that I like, but I don't enjoy campaign 3 as much, which is why I kind of recommend campaign 2. But that's my personal storytelling, and I like campaign 2 a lot. That being said, this book here is an absolutely gorgeous book, and I'm not going to flip it because I have not flipped this. So there are flips out there, but both Erica of Arm Colours and now Candace of Happy Catastrophe have this book, and Candace has just started a series which I wanted to do and I just never got to it. I started recording this and I just never got back to it, but basically she's put up a video where you can choose which page she colours as next, because this is a choose your own adventure colouring book. So you colour the page and then where you go depends on where you want to go go in the book. So I started colouring and recording this and I just never got back to it. So it's cool to see Candace doing it. Yeah. I saw that, wanted to do the same series. You should. You absolutely should. Like, I saw Candace put up the video. I was like, yes, somebody's finally doing it. Because again, this has been sitting here since January. I just haven't gotten back to it. And so it's cool to watch. Like, Candace isn't a critter. And she's doing it because she just likes the notion of the book and the choose your own adventure part. So you don't have to colour this book being a Critical Role fan. Like, yeah, it's just also a really cute style. I don't want to appear that I was copying. Yeah, that's valid. I mean, if you're concerned, I'm sure you can message Candace. But yeah, it's it was on the, like, I've had the footage sitting there since January. I also have a sneaking suspicion my footage is corrupted though, because I had a lot of footage around that time get really corrupted. So yeah, you know, like, the story I posted, I was like, oh, maybe this will be the kick in the butt I need to finally finish my one too. And then I can finally turn the page. But yeah, it's such a neat book, such a neat idea. The art in them is really gorgeous as well. But also, again, I am a Critical Role fan, so I'm a big fan of the book, but I'm also a big fan of, like, fantasy and fantasy colouring. So I have quite a few, like, Dungeons and Dragons and TTRPG and, like, fantasy related colouring books. I have a fandom section for those books. There is also another D&D colouring book coming out at the end of this year too, so that'll be another one that I'll need to grab as well. Right, now we're using a little bit of Van Dyke Brown. And that's what we're going to use to just deepen up our shadows. And then it will also tie in with Mocha, because they both have a bit of the same brown. So that's how we'll link them together. Thank you for showing the books. No worries. I love having an excuse to get up and get some books. We get distracted very easily here, and I will happily get distracted anytime. Plus, you know, like, it's hearing people discuss and show off books is what gets me looking at the books and hearing, like, their opinions of the book and seeing the book, you know? So, that's why I like book flips so much. Even though it makes me want to put 101 books on my wish list. I used to read the Choose Your Own Adventure books when I was young. I loved the premise of them. Me too. I had so many of those books. So many of those books. They were great. I know one year we had a book sale here, and there was literally a box of the Choose Your Own Adventure books. And I think it had like 50 or so of them in there. Like, it had piles of them. I remember it was only like $5 or something for the box. I'm sure it was like 50 books and it was $5, which was a lot back then, but it was a lot of books. And I'd gone into this book sale with like $20, and I was like, I'm getting that. I was somebody who literally used to go to the library every week and get out 50 books at a time, which was the limit before they lowered the limits. They should do more colouring books like that. Yeah, it's fun to see colouring books that are more than just a colouring book. Like, I have a colouring book that is an amigurumi colouring book. So each page is like crochet toys, which is what amigurumi is. It's like little crochet toys. So each page is like a cozy, comfy book. Each page is like little crochet toys to colour in. But then at the back, it also has crochet patterns. Yeah, it is absolutely adorable. And then another one that I have is by Dungeon Meister, and it's a colouring book, but it's also a D&D adventure that you can run. So, and they've got like a story and tables and different things like that. So it's quite cool to find colouring books that are like colouring books, but also something else as well. Not that there's anything wrong with just your classic colouring book, but you know, it's a novelty of it being a little bit more or something else. I think it's quite cool. Need to get some green tomatoes for fried green tomatoes, the official summer food of the Sow. Ooh. Trying to think what the official summer food of New Zealand would be. Probably pavlova. Like, you think summer food, you think Christmas time, and you think pavlova. I do love berries, though. The summer berries. Cornbread, fried pork chops, green beans with potatoes, and it's a proper southern dinner. That sounds delicious. Love to try cornbread. We don't have it here. Yeah, it's not a thing here either. I would love, love, love to experience it. Alright, what do we... Okay, we do go dark for the nose. Oh, so I was running D&D for some of my lovely players, and we did a snapshot of going to one of the characters' homes because they're on summer break. The characters that we're playing are playing as Strixhaven, which is like a university campaign. Excuse you, that was a little sneeze. Hello, Shadow. That's the way to introduce yourself. And so I was explaining, like, the family dinner, but I was kind of imagining Southern comfort for this family. And I was, like, trying to explain it. It's like, you know what? Because one of my players is, like, in the Southern American, not South America, but, you know, like, Southern American states. And I was like, I need your expertise here. Like, I can't roleplay this. This is on you. Explain to me. And so, yeah, she was talking about the green beans and pork chops and cornbread and all that sort of stuff. And I was like, yes. Oh, I'm not meant to lift you, and you know that, cat. But you're also wet. Precious, hello, hello. You make the best homemade cornbread. You're from Alabama. There we go. You can't go on the desk. You're wet. No. Yeah, you're wet. You can't go on the desk. This is Shadow, by the way. This is who our Leon is coloured as. He's trying to get on the desk and he's wet. And he's not allowed on the desk because he's wet. Because he's been outside and he's going to make the artwork all wet. And I'm not even meant to lift him. And he hurts being lifted. No. You can't go on the desk. I know why you want to go on the desk. I'll give it to you on the floor. Oh, I'm not meant to lift you. He wants treats. He knows I'm streaming. So he's like, give me the treats. Give me the treats. Oh, you better get that one that flew right out to the side. Sorry, you don't get to see him eat treats today. Oh. Alright, that's all your treats. You have to be content with that. Oh. Yeah, the cornmeal's not so much a thing, same here in New Zealand, but I did get a box sent to me by the wonderful Pencil Butter, and she did send me a, like, instant, was it cornbread? No, it was grits. It was like a grits packet, so I could try grits. Look, you've still got 2 treats down there. You didn't eat them all. Alright, are you done? Can I go back to colouring? You can't come up on the desk, and I was naughty and lifted you and it hurt, so we're not lifting you again. I shouldn't even be nice to you because you kept waking me up last night. You know you're not allowed to sleep on my stomach, and yet you slept on my stomach. Yeah, you did. He's walking away all guiltily. I got woken up several times by him because he decided to join me in the bed last night. He's been sleeping on the couch, but he decided to join me in the bed. And I woke up at like 4 a.m. because my stomach hurt. And sure enough, Shadow is like fully asleep on my stomach and he's not meant to be there. So I had to move him and he was not impressed. And then I got woken up again by his cold, wet nose booping me in the face. Because he was out of food. And he wanted me to get up and get him food. At 6:30 in the morning. Do, do, do. I think it's a latte. I know the word. I may be mispronouncing it, but it looks amazing. I would love to also try some of that. Off to break, just dropping in for a minute. Oh, good, Precious. Thank you so much for popping in. It was lovely to see you. Oh, I shouldn't have lifted Shadow. It hurt. It hurt. Might need to have some breakfast at some point. I had like 2 bites of my yogurt before deciding, nah, didn't want to eat. But now I'm kind of like, getting a bit hungry. I don't know if I want my yogurt though. Now, latte is looking a little on the golden side, and so I want to tone that down slightly. And so to do that, I'm actually going to take Cool Grey and just slightly grey over latte and just bring that tone right down a bit. So we've got Cool Grey free. We're just going to do a gentle layer over everything and just slightly tint. It's not to make it look grey, it's just to tone down everything and just tint it. And again, I am trying to work smoothly, but but I am still doing my strokes in the direction of the fur so that if things aren't smooth, it just looks like more fur grain. It just takes like the slightest little edge out of the yellow and turns it less yellow and more beige, I guess, is a better way to describe it. Probably not even showing up all that much on camera, but it's something in real life. There is just a slight difference. It's just a slight tint, but it makes a difference. And that's why I like polys, because I can do things like slightly tint colours. So just layering on. Like again, I've done this half of the face. I don't know if you can even see a difference between the two halves of the face, but in real life you can see a slight difference. One day they'll invent the perfect camera that just captures things as it truly is, and then we'll have accurate colour representation. And I won't have to consistently fiddle with all my colour levels to try and make things look accurate. And then not even get close. Okay. So, we still have to do the nose, but before we do the nose, we are going to write down our colour combo. Because we need to record this. So we've got 182. I need to get some more paint meds as well. 179, 178, 176, and then 232, and that is latte. And then we're gonna need some dark browns, and I'm going to just work a little bit more black into Mocha's nose because it's a little on the light side. Alright, so they do still have black brown noses, so I've got dark sepia and black. Just to warm that right back up and tie that in, I'm going to take the Van Dyke brown and just layer over it and slightly drag it up so that'll blend it a bit more into the rest of the nose, but also warm up that brown. And we're going to record those separately. And then we'll do the same tongue colour for both of them. One 175, 199, 176, and then that's Latte's nose. Just because Mocha is the same as its fur, so it makes that one easy. But Latte, very different. Alright. You should eat after the papas, that way you don't get ravenous. Yeah, I probably should. It's also, my tooth is still a little sore, so it's like, I don't particularly want to eat, but I'm getting peckish, so I probably should eat. And again, I've got basically yogurt and jelly that I mix together, so it's like a pudding, or like a panna cotta texture, like it's really thick and firm. It's just raspberry sugar-free jelly mixed with plain Greek yogurt, but makes a really yummy dessert slash breakfast slash snack. I am colouring Fern in Fern's colours, because I know Fern in Fern's colours and I really like Fern's character design. However, Candace is not, and is just colouring whatever, which also looked really cool as well. Yeah, it's completely up to you. There's no right or wrong way to do it. Graze on some yogurt, it will line the tummy nicely, yeah. Plus it's almost been 2 hours. It has almost been 2 hours. Not one of my wisdom teeth. I have a tooth with a hole in it, and it's just flaring up a little bit. It does this every once in a while. I'm on the wait list for the dental unit at the hospital, and we just got to keep on waiting. So, shouldn't be too much longer. We'll get there eventually. And in the meantime, when it flares up, we just eat some soft foods and it flares back down again. Alright, we're going to take the exact same colours that we used for Leon / Shadow's tongue. And we're going to use them for these one's tongues. So we've got cinnamon. And then we have, I haven't got the renamed names. It's 131. It was medium flesh, but it's an old pencil, so it doesn't have the new name on it. Definitely prefer the new name, because this is not flesh. I think it's coral. I'm sure one of them is peach, and then one of them is coral. And I'm sure the peach is the very light one. I know, I need to write those colours down. And then we've got rose carmine, which is our pink. We work that bit on top. Oh, here comes the rain. It was looking blue sky there for a minute, but now we got the rain again. There we go. That's the basis of our puppies done. Again, we've still got to do like the little bandanas and stuff like that, but that's the important parts of the puppies done. $189, $124, $131. Tongues. Both puppers. So yeah, our colour chart's getting a bit more full. We've got Leon, we've got Lily, we've got Mocha and Latte. I have done together. And then we've just got to put our owl in there. Baron. And then we'll have all our characters done, and then we'll start on all the fun stuff around. But yes, we will take a little break here. I do also need to pop to the bathroom as well. So I think we'll take a little bathroom break here. And it's a good opportunity if you want to grab a snack or something like that. They show the characters in series. They do, particularly with the third one, when they have the layout, they'll have like a little thing in the corner of the screen that shows some of the character art, and you can also just look online. They do get official artwork made for each of the characters, so you can type in Fern Calloway Critical Role and you'll come up with not only the official art but a lot of fan art as well. But these a lot. But if you go to the Critical Role wiki, because yes, there's a whole wiki, they always will put in the official fan art, the official art as well, so you can see what she's like, her official art and how she looks. Which is, I love her outfit. Like, she's got some really gorgeous, like, her palette is really quite stunning, which is why I really do like that coral and green is a really interesting combo. So I haven't got her exact colors for mine, but yeah. And then there'll be some of the like various different outfits and stuff like that as they change throughout the seasons and stuff like that. But yeah, I just love her color combo. Okay, I think you've convinced me. Yeah. Yeah, it's very pretty. Which is why I wanted to do her official palette. Because I'm like, she's so pretty. I love her color combo. And it's not a color combo I commonly do, so I think it's going to be fun. But, yeah, that's not for now. For now, we're going to go to the bathroom. And, yes, I will pull out my yogurt and try and eat a little bit more of my yogurt. And all that sort of good stuff. So, if you need to take this, it's my opportunity to grab a drink, grab a snack. Oh god. I'm sorry and you're welcome. I'll see you all shortly. Calm down. We have a cat who is causing trouble again. Alright, let's add you to a pile. No, you're not coming up on the desk. I'm not lifting you up. Clingy little troublemaker. Sorry about the camera movement. This is what we're dealing with. And this is why I have claw marks all over my leg. Because he keeps on trying to claw his way up. Because I'm not meant to lift him up. At least he's on the blanket hoodie. When he claws me without the blanket hoodie, it claws into my skin. But if he is on the blanket hoodie, then I don't feel it as much. But I'm not meant to lift you up, and I already sneakily did that once, and it hurt, so we're not doing it again. And I'm so sorry, but you're just going to have to survive. No uppies. I know you're not happy about it. Yeah. You want uppies. You want cuddles. He wants on my shoulder. He wants pets. I know, you want pets. You also think I'm eating food that's for you. I'm so mean. I'm so mean to him. I know. I'm just so cruel. I'm just so cruel. Look, can you go in my pocket? Yeah. I know it's yogurt. I know you like yogurt. But it has raspberry jelly mixed into it, so you can't have this yogurt. You can see his little white spots here too. His little white spots, his little belly. Little belly. Yeah, he's got his little white tooth. Anyway, I meant to be colouring. You're gonna have to... I know, you want up so badly. Yeah, you don't need to apologise about getting a drink. That's why we do bathroom breaks as well. We've all got to take breaks, including me. Breaks are good. Alright, are you content? Can I go back to colouring? He's very determined. He wants up so bad. I'm sorry, but I can't lift you up. You've already had more than enough treats today. You just need to go to your blankie on the couch and go and curl up on your blankie. He's so determined to get up. He's trying. He's trying. Oh my God. Give me a second. So you can't go in the artwork. Here you go. You're not having yogurt. You're not having yogurt. He's such a dairy cat. He's always after eating dairy. I know, I can't help her. I'm not meant to, but it's like he's just like clawing at me with his eyes going, let me up, let me up. And I'm like, So I let him up. No, I'm not mean to. Should pick you up and just put you on my bed. And then you might go and settle. You're not having yogurt. He's an absolute dairy fiend. Yeah. It's just Greek yogurt, but it's also mixed with a jelly pottle. So, not jelly, pottle, like jelly, like sugar-free raspberry jelly. So it's kind of like a panna cotta in terms of texture. It's really good. But because it's got the sugar-free raspberry jelly in it, I don't want to give him any. But yeah, if it was plain yogurt, I'd absolutely let him go for it. He loves his dairy. Like, every time we open a packet of cheese, he has to have some cheese. He loves milk. He loves cream. butter. Like, if I have butter toast, he will eat my toast. No, you're not having any. No. Right, you need to get off the desk because you're being problems. So you either settle on my shoulder or you're going on the ground. I can't keep you here for long because this is not good. Yeah, see, he just wants cuddles. He wants cuddles. Oh my goodness, Spin Kitty. Hello, hello. Hello. Amy, is it allowed? No. No, it's not, but he wants cuddles. Go on. Oh. I'm gonna have to put him on the ground, so. I know, I'm not meant to do it. Void baby, yeah. This is Shadow. I'll lift that up out of the way. Hi, Raiders. Yes, this is Shadow. He is being an absolute clingy baby. He's also trying to get to my yogurt. I'm not meant to cuddle. Well, I'm allowed to cuddle him. I'm not meant to pick him up at the moment because I'm actually 2 weeks post-op. And now he's trying to get to his treats. Right, he's being a little troublemaker. There you go. I'm sorry, but no. Well... Yes, I know. None came out then. It's because I fed you too many today. Look. You're definitely having no more treats today. But yes, kia ora Raiders. Welcome in. Sorry about all the chaos. That little beauty is Shadow. He is a gorgeous void cat. But I have had a surgery 2 weeks ago and I'm not meant to lift, so... But he was being very cute and clinging and crawling up my leg to try and get cuddles. And to also try and get to my breakfast, which is yogurt. So, yeah, he's also a dairy cat. So, yeah. So he's getting his third lot of treats for the day to keep him off the desk because I can't give him as many cuddles as I would like to do. But thank you so much for raiding in, Spin Kitty, and to all your community. Welcome in if you haven't been here before. Kia ora. My name is Amy. I'm a colourist based in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and we are colouring in a cute kitty colouring book. So we've just been colouring some puppers and we've got a little outer colour. We were doing some silly landscape doodles. We're going to raid and fade, but this sounded like a lovely spot to come into. I'm so glad you could raid in. Absolutely, if you need to raid and fade, please feel free to. Please do go and look after yourself. And if anyone else also needs to go and do a raid and fade as well, absolutely do, because self-care is important. We just had a break ourselves, which is why I'm also eating some yogurt. But yeah, we've been working with pencils to colour in this book. This is a colouring book by Kanoko Egusa, and it's called Leon's Journey, and it follows this kitty here, who we have coloured to look like Shadow. As well as Leon's friends Lily, Latte and Mocha, who we just coloured, and now we're going to colour in Baron the Owl. So yeah, we're just going to slowly work away with some pencils and do a bit more colouring. So feel free to lurk. We're quite a good lurky stream, but if you want to chat and say hi, feel free to. We also are live on YouTube as well as Twitch. So you may hear me respond to people and you're not seeing any chat in the chat, and it could be because it's on the other platform, but this chat directly above me up here shows both chats. So you can say a hi across the platforms, just like Double A did over on YouTube to say hi to the Twitch raiders. Feeling it after lifting Shadow. Oh, couldn't help it. He's so baby though. When he does his baby eyes, and he's like, he does it at the back door too to be let in. I'm like, oh, it's those baby eyes. He does puppy eyes, but as a kitty, and it's naughty. Right, owls. We need to look at owls. So we have our black cat, our grey and white cat, our golden / latte Labrador, and then our chocolate Labrador. So we have lots of greys and browns. So it would be cool if like we could find an interesting... It's a great horned owl? Oh, okay. So it's this guy here. Oh, sorry, my nose is now full of cat fur as well. Oh, itchy. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Don't know if I want to do that colorway though. But very, very cute. There's a lot of really gorgeous coloring. So these owls as well. But they are a lot of browns. Look at the giant head on this one. Like the proportion of head to body. I love that. I also love the fact it looks like he's got eyebrows that are going up and going, huh? That is such a cool owl. Like, tell me those aren't eyebrows. And he's like got an eyebrow raise and he's just like, huh? Such personality. Oh my god, look at that one. Oh, look at the, like, it looks like a mushroom. It's like a mushroom head. Boreal, I've never ever heard of these owls and I absolutely love these owls. These owls are ridiculous. It's so cool looking. So cool. I don't mind doing a snowy owl, but I wouldn't do it as hedgehog. I am not a particular Harry Potter fan. But snowy owls are really pretty. Like, beautiful white. Which, white isn't actually coloured white anyway. You would colour it in other colours, because white is still made up of colour. I just love, like, the, like, it looks like, oh, what's it? Is it like a lemur? Oh, I like the colours of that one too. So what I'm figuring out is that they have a lot of colours in them. So whatever type we go for, yeah, I really love the way that this one, like the colours of this one. It's very caramelly. Spotted owl from UK. Do we even have owls in New Zealand? I'm sure we do. Look at the little owl. Ruru nohini nohi. Nohe nohi. Ruru nohe nohi. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure a moorpork is an owl. Yeah, because that's what I think of as a moorpork. I could do it as a moorpork. Ruru. Okay, so that's what an owl is in Te Reo. Ruru. So nohe nohe must mean little there. It's so cute. I could do a moorpork. It's like such a specific look at the little fluffy birds. Sorry, I'm getting completely distracted here. Okay, so we do have little owls and then moorporks. Just the eyes. The eyes are what get me. Okay, I'm getting distracted and I have no idea. Either way, I'm seeing lots of browns and it's like, then we need to do browns. Although this one has ears and moorporks don't have ears, so that kind of settles it. So maybe we will have to look at the great horned owl since we were so great horned owl. They do have very distinctive ears. This is honestly what takes the longest part, is figuring out colours. But then once we've done all that, the rest of it's pretty easy to speed through, because it's like grass is greens, you know? Okay, so I'm seeing like tanned. That one looks like a zebra. No, zebra, a cheetah. Kind of like. So what if we were to take this one's face here? So you see how we've got the golden tan around the yellow eyes, but then we go darker with the fur. The furs. I know words. I know words. That's quite cool too. Actually, that one would allow us to do quite a bit of white, which would be a point of difference. And we could, like, we've done cool greys for Lily, but we could take this and then do like warm greys for the white, and it'll still have a bit of brown. I think that might actually be a good option. It's taking inspiration from that one there. It's going to be a little poop to do all those little markings, but yeah, I think I like that one. You like that one too, Double A? Yeah, I think I like the way that one looks. No, there's no date yet so far for it. They're on intermission between campaigns, so they've been doing one-shots, and they just released their own TTRPG system called Daggerheart. So right now they're doing an 8-episode mini-campaign of Daggerheart. I imagine there'll be a little bit more Daggerheart information before they do their next campaign. Okay, let's close it. Let's open that image in a new tab so that I've got that there. And make sure everything's back in place so everything's good. Yeah, I'll hopefully announce it soon, but yeah, it'll be all over when they do. Like, it'll be posted in quite a few places when they do announce it. Because I stream Friday mornings, and then Friday afternoons is when Critical Role plays for me live. And I will be making sure I stop streaming time. Okay. I do feel a bit better having had some yogurt. I feel like I should. It's like a super thick pudding almost. Okay. So wait, we have fed, we will water, yeah, you know, it's definitely feeling better, although I should probably still take some pain meds, because also once, like, pain meds are wearing off, so, and now that we've had food, we can take pain meds. We'll do that. I'm gonna have to find my other box of pain meds. Anti-inflammatory and painkiller. Get ahead of that way too. And then it'll stop hurting and settle down and we'll be all good again. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to take inspiration from Leon's eyes and use the exact same colorway that we used for Leon's eyes. Without the green though. So we're going to take our Naples yellow, our green gold, and then our Van Dyke brown. The green gold is very tiny. And it should be in an extender, but for how little I'm doing here, meh. We can get bright golden yellow eyes. Started putting those pencils away and that was silly because we also need to record. Oh, we've zoomed back out because of shadow. Forgot to zoom us back in. Wrong way. That way, please. Thank you. Right, so we have 268 for green gold. And then 185 for Naples yellow. And then 176 for Van Dyke brown. Baron eyes. Alright, so we're going to keep that Van Dyke brown out. And we're going to need to pull some colours, and we can use some existing colours. So I want, no, Payne's Grey will actually be too cool. We want to stick with warmer tones here, but still a bit of neutral. So pulled out all the cool greys. Now we'll pull out all the warm greys. Apart from the yellow of the eyes, a good set to actually do this owl would be to use the Harmonious as well, because you'd have a lot of the good colours in the Harmonious set. Alright. So I think we're gonna need a couple of these as well. There's actually gonna be a lot of colours in Baron. Baron is quite a bit of colourway. So we'll start with 182 light umber. No, you're not light umber because the other one's light umber. I can't remember what this one is. It's beside that light umber anyway. So we have like a little bit of, just so you can see what I'm referring to, let me also do this. On the sides too, because we don't need all that trees around it. We can go, oop, wrong button. Sorry, I should be doing this. Not live. I should be doing the secret off to the side and make it appear. Okay, now you can see what I'm referring to when I talk about this. So, around the side of the face, we have like a more tanny brown and almost like a C. Almost like Baron has some good bronzer contour. So we're gonna use the tanny brown colour. And before, like, again, we're still going to work in those little small strokes because it also works for a feather texture. But before, we were trying to make sure that we covered up all the white to a point. Here, we're going to have a lot of white left. Alright, and then we've also got a little bit of tan in the ears. So we're going to bring a little bit into the ears. Just a small touch. And then we've also got some in the tail, so we'll also bring it into the tail. I'm going to make sure we're recording these colours. So this was 182. Put them as we go, because we're going to have a lot of them. Got black and warm grey 6. Right, heading off. All good, Zoe? Absolutely. Feel free to message anytime about Critical Role if you've got more questions, or just feel free to message if you want. But yeah, happy to help out and talk about it. And I hope you feel better soon. Get some good rest. Alright, so we got warm grey 6 here. So this is our little sections on the side. And we're also going to use this over the beak. We are going to do the beak smoothly. So we want this to be smooth, so small circles, not little strokes. We've got black, which we're going to use to deepen up our beak. Also do the eyes, because the centre of the eyes is the black. Alright, I'm just skipping an album. There's another itchy album. Itchy Brain album. Sometimes I don't mind it. Sometimes it's not quite the mood. Right, so we've got black that we're also going to work into this grey. I'm going to try and go over the edges a little bit with the black, just to soften up those lines that are there. Because that very specific circular line, it's kind of a bit harsh. We're going to have to figure something out for that. And then there's a little bit more black around the outside of the owl's eyes. That even carries on a little bit down here, which you can use to connect up. Gonna do a bit in the center, just sort of darken up that center. Okay, and then start with some warm grey too. Warm grey 3. It's the one I picked up, so that's the one we're going to work with. Good technical choice of colours there. I really hope Baron isn't featured a lot. I'm already like, this is going to be a lot of work to do this every time. Just me snapping pencil there. So I'm using this just to indicate some of the shadowing of our white. And then we want, where is, here's Van Dyke. I'm going to use that around the edge of the tan, merging that into the black. Just adding in a couple of bits of that. Okay. Running out of extenders. And warm grey 1. Just going over the rest of the white. Following the feather direction just to give the illusion of some feathers. Filling in the space a little bit. And then take our 6. Warm grey 6. Very carefully bring that up to the center of the owl face, because the beak kind of starts merging into some darker feathers around here, which is going to merge right up here. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that for the face. Feel like we've kind of got that face vibes for that one. Just a few colours for the face. Alright, so I did write down 182. And oh, itchy, itchy. One, 7, 6. 1, 9, 9. 2, 7, 5. 2, 7, 2. 270. So I'm just going to track those separately because while we'll try and use some of the same colours in the body is slightly different. So we did technically use 176 in just a couple of spots. So I'm just going to write 17, no, not 176, 182. 176 is Van Dyke. 182 also used in ears plus tail. See, that's sometimes what I will do when I'm tracking is I'll write down the colours, but then I will make notes of other places I've used things. If it's just like one little extra spot. Okay. So now we want to bring in dark sepia. And we're still going to need our Van Dyke brown. And our warm grey 6 and black. And then our other warm greys. Because we're going to start going a bit more cooler browns now. Perfection! Hello, hello. Put your washing on and enjoying your latte. All good. Welcome in. We are working away on Baron here. As you might be able to tell by the reference picture. We've got a little inspiration for what we're trying to achieve. See whether or not we pull it off. Okay, so we're going to start with up the top here. So there's like a little gap of like a white area, and this area is quite dark and solid in here. So just starting with a Van Dyke base. Then we've got a little tan, and then it goes practically just black all around there. And basically all around there. So I'm just using the Van Dyke just sort of as a sketcher there. Because we're really going to want more dark sepia. So same thing to give the feather texture as we did with the fur. Lots of little strokes. You'll pull it off? Thank you. I hope so. I'm already have regrets. Already hoping Baron doesn't feature too many times. Because it's a lot. But also it's going to look cool. And it will actually really tie together all our characters. So, like, that'll be cool as well. But I'm also like, regrets. It would just be easier to be like, it's a brown out and just color it all brown. But I do like taking inspiration from actual animals in books like this, like especially with Kanoko. She just does such gorgeous animals, and I'm like, I want to do them justice, you know? Oh. Oh, I need to respond to that. Sorry about that. I just need to respond to that while I remembered, because otherwise I will forget. And then it'll be 8 days, and then I'll suddenly realise I never responded to the message. So bad at doing that. I'm also kind of bad at responding to messages sometimes. It's because it can be overwhelming. And I just want to be a forest witch and disconnect. Okay. Now I want to get a little bit more of that Van Dyke brown. And just use that to sort of blend between the tan and the black. One thing that's going to be really prominent here is to not go like, not turn this into a black and white owl, or like go too heavy with the color. So we are probably going to come in with some paint pens and also lighten things back up and add in some white fur and some white bits as well. White feathers. I keep saying fur, but feathers. I'm meaning feathers. So we're going to do just a little bit on the side here, but we want to kind of leave a gap between this and this. But if we do go a bit over, it's actually going to be okay, because one of the things that we're going to be doing here with the paint pen, which I never even shook this. First thing I always do is clean up the highlight spots. And I've got to do that on our puppers as well. Very, very carefully. Sorry, you probably can't even see the puppers. Just putting in white dots where these white dots. And then putting a couple along the bridge of their nose. Alright. The other thing we're going to do is this line that's around this edge, we're going to dot over with the white to help cut back in. And that'll help remove that really harsh circular line and sort of hide in here a little bit. Because it's such a prominent line and now it just looks more like natural. It looks more... It's not a cartoon line drawn in. Like a lot of the little lines Kanoko draws in really do read as fur, but every once in a while there is a line that's done for like a pattern or something, and it just really disrupts it because that line is such a solid line, but the feathers all go this way. Now if it had been sketched in doing lots of little lines, it would read a lot clearer, but because it wasn't sketched in like that, it's just really obvious that it's like this is a line. So by going in and just using a little bit of white paint pen and cutting back into it, you're just breaking it up a little bit and it just makes it less like boom, line. And then if you're not happy or the lines are too thick, as I just did there, you can take a pencil and just cut back into that paint pen and thin out those lines. It's not about covering the line entirely, it's just putting a couple of dots to break up the solidness of the line. And then we're going to use a little bit more of our grey under the brow just to get some distinction there. And then we're going to do the same thing down here. And cut into here a little bit. I'm going to add in a couple of little white lines into here just to represent white fur. Feathers, feathers, it's feathers, Amy. So like how we did with Lily, where we went over and we just added in a couple of like white lines for extra fur. I'm doing that around here. And then I'll just do a little highlight on the beak because the beaks are a little shiny. Just a couple of dots. Right, that's our head done. So I've still got to do under the beak area, and then so we've still got to do, it's not going to show up. Oh, that's fine. Under here, under the beak, there's like a little, almost like an upside down W or like an M. That's got a bit of tan and black in there. So that is what's going in here. But before we do that, we'll write this down. No, we didn't actually use you in any of the darker areas. And I didn't use you either, you were just blended. So we've got 199, 275, 175, 176. Dark feathers around face. Alright, so we want to keep that tan vibe going. Basically just tan and black, really. Just coloured in the area solid. This mystery 182 that the name is cut off of. They keep wanting to call light umber, but isn't light umber. A little bit of black. take that light warm grey one. Just use that as our white filler inner. Because then we can take our white Posca pen and add in some white feathers as well. Might need some more work on that, but we'll come back to that. Alright, we've got our 4 colours for the darker area around the face, and I think we'll use those same colours for down here too. So our wings here. We have got like a little bit of a V going on in the white, so we'll use the Van Dyke brown again, just to kind of like plan out these things. So a lot of these feathers around here, they're almost like splotches. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my little strokes, but I'm going to try and cluster them so that they kind of read more as spots of feathers and gives us that more spotty look. So still the same idea as before, where we do the lots and lots of little lines to represent all the feathers and stuff like that, but I think that's getting into the wing. I think I need it to go like this way. You might try and make it so it's like the white goes over here and then can kind of come down here. Stardust! Hello, hello, lovely. How are you going? It's good to see you. Just stopping to say hi. It's all good. I'm doing... Oh, excuse me. I immediately need to yawn. I'm doing good. We are working in Leon's journey. And I'll pull that up for you to have a look at in a moment. So just as we get down here, our splotches become more in a row and we're getting more into the rows. So instead of being random clusters of 4 or 5 lines, now it's the lines all in a row. So yeah, we're working on Leon's journey, and we've done a bit. So we've coloured Leon as if it's shadow, so black cat but with that little bit of sun bleaching. So it's Shadow's journey. And then we coloured Lily as this beautiful little grey and white cat with a blue ribbon, and we just finished off Latte and Mocha as our Labradors. With of course Mocha being more Mocha coloured and Latte being more Latte coloured. And now we're working on Baron, who is our owl and is quite complicated. We're getting there. Like, I think breaking it down bit by bit is working. Like, I like how it's progressing, but yeah, Baron's taking a bit of work because he's got so many markings, but I do like how the colorway's working. But yeah, it's a lot of colors and a lot of bits and pieces, but I think it's going to look cute when it's done. I'm glad, like, I'm sorry to hear things are rough, but I'm really proud of you for recognizing you need you time and doing what you need to do. We fully support self-care here, and if that means missing streams, miss streams. Like, do what you need to do to look after yourself. I appreciate you looking after yourself and doing what you need to do. Shadow's journey, yeah. Well, I realized, I was talking to Mum afterwards, because when I was colouring in Leon, aka Shadow, I did say that the shape of it actually looked a lot like the stray tabby that we have around here. And then when I translated the text underneath it, turns out Leon is a stray cat. And I was like, oh, you know, I could have made it the stray tabby and then made Lily as Shadow, although Lily still doesn't work as Shadow because Lily is too long-haired. But also, nah, I'd rather make it Shadow's journey. So, yeah. Haven't even touched a colouring book in 2 weeks, maybe more. That's okay, Stardust. As I often say, colouring is that beautiful hobby that's there when you need it, but when you don't need it, it's happy to sit on the shelf. Like, you'll come back to it when you're ready to come back to it. I have only been colouring on stream. Outside of stream, I've been playing The Sims. Sometimes we need a detachment break from colouring. Sometimes you need to find your creativity spoon. Sometimes you need a different form of creativity. Sometimes you don't need creativity at all. So, yeah. And that's why sometimes with colouring, you want to do really complicated pages. Sometimes you just need brainless, no thinking pages. And then sometimes you don't need pages at all. But as I said, colouring is that beautiful hobby that it will sit on the shelf until you're ready for it. So don't feel guilty about taking the break you need, because it will always be back. Right. You have gone off focus, and I don't know how you did that. Oh, I know why. Because we're on the wrong tab. That might help. It's like, why are you so out of frame? Been rocking my motorized chair outside and want to keep colouring. Happy and fun. Oh, cute. No, I'm glad you're getting outside and enjoying it. I've been enjoying going for my little walks. I've been putting on an audiobook and going for a walk, and I'm only walking around the block, but it's something, you know. And I used to be someone who would go walking for hours upon hours on end, and I loved it. And I haven't had the ability to do that anymore, so it's quite nice to do that, even if I'm only just walking up to the supermarket. It's something, you know. Alright, so I'm just filling in some areas. We'll fill them out a bit more. And then for the feathers, these are these are basically all solidly dark brown up here. And then the ones underneath have the little bit of tan. And then they have some stripes going across them that are really, really dark. And then a little bit of shading under there. We want to keep those tan, but we need to indicate some shadows. And then the feet. You should need to lighten around the feet because it lightens a bit. Alright, I think that's a good enough base. I think we can work with that. So now we've got our dark sepia. I have the hiccups. It'll pass. The idea that you can walk to the supermarket blows my mind. It's like a 10-minute walk just to get to the main road from inside my apartment complex. Or yeah, no, it's roll out the door, roll down the ramp, and then walk to the end of the street. And it's like a little, it's not a big supermarket, it's like a little local shopping centre, but there's the supermarket, like a small supermarket, a pharmacy, a fish and chip shop, a post office, a doctor's. And my mum's doctor's up there. My doctor is not, but mum's doctor's up there. There is a dentist up there, but and then there's also a pub up there too. My city is one of the lowest walkability scores in the country. Ah, yeah. It is one of the joys of Aotearoa is we are kind of a walkable nation. My city has a lot of really beautiful walking trails, and I really miss being able to walk in those because they're so pretty. The local park is beautiful to walk around as well. And I'm looking forward to getting to the point of being healed enough to drive, and then hopefully take myself and mum there and we can do little walks around the park once the weather's improving a little bit too. Haven't coloured a bit, got some shopping done last night. My mythographic dragons, yes, and some blending pencils and other bits and pieces. Nice. You know, shopping is a form of self-care. Like, sometimes you need to have a bit of a shop, and yeah. I love mythographic dragon spell. I got it in, I haven't worked in it. I haven't worked in any mythographics in a while, and I've got so many new lovely mythographics to work into, but it's okay. That's it there. There's a lot of new stuff to work in, and I can't work in everything all at once, so it'll get worked in eventually, but for now it can sit in the shelf. I did hear Erica of Elm Colours, who's doing the mythographic focus year this year, which has been really cool to watch. But I did hear her mention in one of her videos that she was kind of thinking next year of doing Eerie as her focus for the year, and I'm like, oh, like I think I've done 1 or 2 mythographics with her, but yeah, the Eerie, I'm like, oh, because I have fallen into the Eerie rabbit hole as well. Like, I love mythographic, don't get me wrong, but Eerie is also just very special and very cute as well. I really like Eerie, so could see myself doing a lot of Eerie next year. But I do need to get into the mythographics, but it hasn't been the mood lately, you know? I'm surprised that this Leon is the mood. Like, this is quite detailed. This is the most detailed I've done in a while, apart from that little bit of sky I did for the Thomas Kincaid. Yeah, I haven't been doing a lot of detail colouring lately. But again, I have only been colouring on stream, so if it hasn't been on stream, I haven't been colouring, so. This is the last day of Prime deal, so I snatched it. It was $24 instead of $27, and other pocket format book. I forgot the name. That sounds awesome. I don't even look at the Prime deals because we don't get Prime here. So I don't even look. Plus, you know, no money. So I don't need anything right now. I got 101 colouring books. I'm good. I just need motivation to get back and colour it because I've been playing The Sims and watching too many amazing Sims builds, and yeah, The Sims has kind of been my deep dive, so. This is adorable. It is adorable. I do really like this. I've been looking forward to getting back into this. And then I was thinking this morning about the polar bears. Not polar bears, sorry. Tommy Mickle series, the Japanese colouring books. It's like, oh, I kind of want to colour in those too. So it's like still cutesy, but more detailed cutesy. I feel right now I'm feeling very like a lot of stuff I'm colouring is very cutesy animals and, you know, happy. Like I've noticed there's a bit of a theme of what I'm gravitating towards with colouring. So it's definitely more cutesy stuff. And like this is a detailed, but it's still a cutesy. So there's definitely something in that at the moment. Yeah, Amazon Prime and New Zealand just don't commingle. Prime doesn't exist. I don't know. But I appreciate it anyway, AA. I appreciate the 4. It is quite alright. Small Victories. Cute. I actually coloured one in Small Victories because it was in my hospital bag. I've done a page in there every time I've gone into hospital. So it doesn't get much love. I don't work in it often. It doesn't even live on my colouring shelf. It's one of 2 books that do not live on my colouring shelf. Small Victories and then the Millie Mariota postcards. They both live in my hospital bag, along with some assorted pens and pencils. And I need to resort that hospital bag because it's a bit destroyed at the moment with having been in hospital. But the idea behind the bag is it just lives on the back of my door, and if I slip and have to go into hospital, I can tell the ambulance crew, cool, my wallet is here, my keys are here, my phone is here, and then grab the bag off the back of the door. And then I have absolutely everything that I would need. And usually my phone is in my pocket and my wallet is in my walking frame trolley, and the keys hang by the door. So it's all like real easy access to get everything together. And then it's like boom, out the door, up to the hospital. But yeah, I need to clean up and sort out a few things. I have to buy a new replacement toothbrush and toothpaste to go back into the hospital bag because I use those. I got to replace a couple of things because I used them because I was in hospital, and then yeah, put it all back together. I think the phone chargers are still in like a different bag, and just collect everything and put everything back together. Few new Polychromos to play with and some brand name acrylic markers. Nice. Yeah, I was looking at some of those like really big sets of acrylic markers with lots and lots of different colors, and it's like, might be worthwhile me getting a big set of acrylic markers, or maybe the Languel gel pens or something, or just a few more colors to do like the highlights with, because I got the wonderful pastel set of toolies, or maybe some more toolies, I don't know, but it's made me realize that like I could definitely use a few more colors. Like I need some browns, I need more brown paint pens and stuff like that, so yeah. Therapy shopping is a thing. Absolutely, therapy shopping is a thing. Okay, so now we've kind of got it in place. We're going to use our black to really amplify these things. Yeah, the jelly rolls have been great. They've got a few colours in there too. So I've got a couple extra browns in the jelly rolls. And that's why I was kind of looking at the Languel, because I know they have a brown as well. I just realised that recently that I just don't have a lot of brown to do like little highlight details. I mean, the majority I do is the white, but yeah. But it's not essential because you can use white and layer over white. And I've got other browns that I can then tint, and like I can do things. It's just the ease of access. And this is what I mean about quality supplies as well. Like I love Polychromos. You can achieve what I colour with other pencils. It's just you may have to do more layers to build up pigment tones. You can, like, cheaper supplies don't mean bad supplies. In fact, sometimes cheaper supplies are even better than some of the big expensive supplies. It's just sometimes you're paying for the quality of the pigment or different things that just make things a bit quicker. It's a bit less work. But it doesn't mean that it's essential. So we do want to really amplify the dark, and I'm going to also use my grey. Just use that to fill in some of these white areas. Then up here in particular, we will come in with our white jelly roll as well. I feel like it's not exact, but I feel like we've got the vibes. Like we've got that texture, you know? Like I feel like we've achieved that. Again, it's not perfect, but I feel like we've kind of got the mood. And I think that's the best we're gonna do. But I do kind of dig it. Like, again, she's still some work. Baron's a bit of a diva. But I do kind of dig how it's coming out. In fact, I think the information about Baron also says that they like to be in charge. So it makes sense. Also, I really like the Languile gel pens. I will say some of them are more opaque than Jelly Roll Moonlight, and the Superfine tip can be really useful for details. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was leaning towards because of that Superfine tip and the opacity of them, which I've heard from a few different people. So, yeah, and I like the fact you can get them in 0.7. I like the fact you can also get them in specific colorways. And as I said, one of the things that I'm really lacking is some browns. For doing things like if I wanted to do some fur texture here on mocha and latte, like, you know, I have the jelly rolls, and the jelly rolls are amazing, and I'm very grateful for the jelly rolls. And there are some really beautiful colors, especially the grey and earth colors. And we have a brown in there, but it's like a terracotta brown. And then we have this brown, which is also like a terracotta brown. And then we have yellow ochre, which is like a green. And it's the same thing in my paint pens. I have like maybe 1 or 2 browns. There's like a few that are missing. So like the brown set is only 9 browns, but it's 9 browns. Like at least it's a few more. It's a few more. Yeah, but at the same time, like, yeah, I really Stardust the jelly rolls. I really do love that set that I was gifted. It's a wonderful set, and it has a good range of colors. There are also other really good jelly rolls, other good gel pens as well. But it is a really neat set. It does come with good range. I really love the Stardust ones. Yeah, Stardust, love it. And Stardust. But yeah, the Clear Star. Oh, I use that one a bit. So, yeah, and I actually use the Gold Shadow and Silver Shadow quite a bit too. I was really surprised at how much I use those, but they're really neat for if you do want to put a bit of gold, but you don't want like gold. Yeah, of course I love Stardust. As a person, but also the glitter ones. The Stardust ones are the glittery ones. So, of course, they're my favorite. And then not on the swatch chart, but separate, I also have the glaze ones, which I've actually been using quite a bit lately. I've really been enjoying those too. They're really neat. But yeah, again, I don't necessarily need all the colours of the Languile, but the brown set I think is something I might look at getting, but I'm not in any rush to get them, and something that we might do in the future. But yeah, I was just thinking, it's like, well, that was the one thing I could think of that I knew had a specific brown. Otherwise I need to find some more paint pens that are 0.7mm, because that's the size I like to use. Yeah, opaque matte gel pen. Yeah, that's what I want, is opaque matte. Opaque matte is my go-to, so that's why I was like, might be worthwhile going for the Languile. Cassie, hello, lovely. Elle's looking amazing. Dan, thank you so much. We've got a bit of an inspiration photo. We're just about there. It's a bit of a process, but I do really like how Baron is turning out. But the feet are pretty straightforward, because we just take a little bit of our black and our warm grey 6, and we just colour in the tips of the claws, and then we'll just bring in a little bit of the warm greys, because the white ain't white. It's warm grey. But how are you feeling, hun? I hope you're feeling a bit better. Are we into the Sims yet? Are we simming? I watched so many build videos last night of like amazing sim builds, and now I'm like, I want to be building. I want to be building. I want to stream the Sims so damn badly just so I can have an excuse to play the Sims while still hanging out with y'all. Oh, itchy, 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 itchy. Ah, swear to God, I've got shadows hairs all up my nose. Alright, so those colours that I've just used for the body are the same that I've done around the face. So dark feathers around the face and body. And then the tail is basically the tan that we've already coloured in. Which I'm just going to smooth out a bit now that we've done some shading on top for those little bits. And basically all it's going to be is we'll mark it out with the Van Dyke, but it's just some stripes that just need to be darkened. Pretty straightforward, really. Thank you, Artsy Endo. It's a little overwhelming at first, but if you just break it down shape by shape like I did. So I started with the face because I could see that inner face with the cheeks and stuff, like there was an easy way to break that down. And then like working around the face, and there was a natural cut off with the neck with that little W, and then it's just the body, which is all one piece. So yeah, just breaking it down. It looked overwhelming at first, and I was trying to avoid one with this much detail because I was like, oh, I don't want to do it. It still takes a while, but bit by bit. Like, I think we've probably spent the longest on Baron out of anyone. No, actually, we spent a while on Shadow because Shadow actually is multi-layers. Like, we do a full layer of brown before we do a full layer of black, so Shadow takes a while too. And I'll zoom you back out, and then we'll see all our characters on the page. So yeah, there's our characters all done. So we've still got a few things to do. Obviously, we've still got like the accessories and all the bits around them, but that's our main characters done. So the last thing I need to write down is just the feet / beat color, which is pretty straightforward because it's still the same colors. It's just keeping track of the combos. And I could probably guess most of these, but I prefer to just be certain. Make it so there's no guesswork. 199 275 272 270. Claws / beak. Yeah, pencils are slow medium when it's detailed like that can take a while. It absolutely can. All good, Stardust. Thank you so much for popping in, hun. You take care, and we'll see you next time. Oh, itchy nose. Swear to God, I feel like there's fur up there. Might need to blow my nose or something, you know? It's alright, I'm just making sure things are set up properly. Cool, cool. Not simming yet, just woke up. Got to do the hair wash today before I do anything else. Valid. Yeah, hair wash day is always an effort. Okay. So, I guess we just start with a color and just work our way around. We don't really need to worry about the tracking chart anymore because it doesn't matter because I'm not tracking like the little leaves and stuff like that. I am going to do their names on these signs in gold So we're going to pull up metallic gold for all the names, but I don't know what we'll actually do the actual like scrolls as. And yeah, we're just going to figure out colors as we go along. The other thing that we need to do is Marie. I almost forgot. We also have to do Marie. And I should do Marie's ribbon the same as Lily's ribbon too. But we'll get to that. But I do have to write down Marie, because if Marie features, we'll want to keep that consistent. But we'll use the same colours as Lily's ribbon for Marie's ribbon. 25 hours awake. Oh my goodness, Artsy Endo. Yes, absolutely. Please do and go and get some sleepies. Appreciate you being here so much. My hands are so cold. It's like I'm overwhelmed and don't even know where to start right now. Alright. Let's just think logically. Let's just go to Leon. Let's zoom in on Leon. Let's just focus on one instead of the whole page, because that's a thing. So focus on one. Let's go up a bit. Let's start by looking up strawberries and frogs. Okay. So, strawberry is strawberry. Strawberry. Yeah, I know. And if we have a ladybug up at the same time, because ladybugs are probably going to use some of the same colours as a strawberry, because then I don't have to pull out more colours, you know? Yeah, I think we can get away with doing the same colours for the strawberry as the ladybug. So a little bit of red, that will be consistent throughout. Alright. All the pencils out of the extenders, please. You can all just chill out to the side. And this is the point where I start pulling out 4 billion pencils, and then my desk is full of pencils, and it's like, I should probably put these colours away. I can technically put away after stream this lot, because it won't matter too much, but I like to keep pencils out while I'm working on a page if I'm not tracking colours, so that I can reuse colours across the page, because it helps keep things consistent as well. And we have got a little bit of a light source, so remembering our light source is coming from the left and down, so we will try and keep that consistent. So I'm using Caput Mortium Violet 263. It's a gorgeous red shadow tone. So I hope if you're colouring out there, your colouring is going well. We're working on other things. I hope that's going well too. I have no idea what type of flowers or leaves those are, so I have to figure that one out in the future. So we've got a beach ball down here. Oh, my nose. Right, sorry, I'm going to blow my nose just in case it is fur stuck up in there. It's just so itchy. No obvious fur came out, but hopefully that was enough. It's hard blowing my nose because it also takes core. Alright, so we have a beach ball down here, or like patterned like a beach ball. Actually, no, it could be a normal ball. We'll do that up there. We may end up doing red gingham for latte and mochas bandanas as well, because right now I have no red anywhere else. So alright, and then where is Van Dyke? Nice and sharp. Oh my gosh, so I was eating some ramen the other day, like super late night snack because I was up simming and it was 1 a.m. I was like, you know what? Quick pot of ramen. Easy snack. Guess who knocked over the cup of broth and had pencils all over the desk and then had to clean ramen and stop ramen from absorbing into the wood of the pencils? Still did. Need to say bye as well. Love how the page is progressing. All good, Yana. I hope things get better soon and the pain alleviates. I appreciate you being here. Not long now. You take care. And we'll see you again soon, hopefully. You. I just realized that these gold splatter all over my camera. I just saw some dots on that. I was like, what are those dots? And then I realized it's gold Liquitex ink from when I've done splatters on the page, and it's obviously splattered up there but not hit any of the camera, or else we'd see splotches of gold. Yeah. You could always make it a strawberry flower and leaves even if they are too big for that. That's actually true. That's a really good point. Like, the leaves don't look like strawberry leaves, but that could be a strawberry flower. I think that would be very cute. I think you're right about the flower. We'll definitely do that. And then we'll do, like, the grass and stuff, that bright green. And then maybe we could do a slightly darker green for that. I don't know. I don't know what these leaves are. But yeah, we'll definitely do that as a strawberry flower. Smart. Don't know what the leaves are, not a leaf expert. Yeah, I don't even know what the flowers are, so you know what, it's all good. We'll probably just do some forms of bright green or something, or we'll make it up. It doesn't have to be accurate. Could be a wildflower too, since he is a stray in the wild. Absolutely. That would also be quite logical. I do like the idea of doing a little strawberry flower, because I was thinking it would be quite nice to do a little bit of a yellow fade around him. So if these bright yellow in the center of the flower, it immediately grounds the yellow behind him. And I don't have to try and get yellow in somewhere else, because there's a little pop of it in the flower, so it's already like in there. Yeah, I was thinking pulling out the Albert Duras and pulling out a yellow and just fading out some yellow around here, and then blending it out with a little bit of water. Or in theory, I could actually pull out the Polychromos, color in a portion of it with the Polychromos, and then get the same color in the Albert Duras and extend it out with the Albert Duras and gradiate it out that way, and we'll naturally get a very solid yellow, which I might do, because then I can do all these little areas in here. I know, that's background. That's like last step, you know? When we do the embellishment of all the gold for the lettering too. Because if you weren't aware, with Polychromos and Albert Duras, the colors match. So if I pulled out Maple Yellow in the Polychromos, I could pull out Naples Yellow in the Albert Duras, and the colors are the same. So if you're like this and you've got lots of little areas that you know are going to be solid yellow and you don't want to put water over them to keep the color consistent, you can color it in with the Polychromos, and then you can go with the Albigeras to fade it out. Alright. Yeah, you can also just not activate the Albigeras as well. The Albigeras are a little softer, so I feel like I go through more of the Albigeras. So sometimes I like to just put the Polychromos in if it's like this area that's solid, because it's harder, so I don't use as much pencil, if that makes sense. But that's just me being absolutely stingy. Be like, must preserve every single millidrop. Alright, let's pull out favorite greens combo. And where's our zinc yellow? I love the combo of Hooker's Green, Permanent Green, Permanent Green, Olive, Permanent Green. I was about to say, I've got two Permanent Greens. It's like, there is two Permanent Greens, Amy. Yeah, so Permanent Green, Olive, Grass Green, and then Zinc Yellow. Because this is like your perfect harmony, the three in the middle. And then the Hooker's Green adds a cool for the shadow. And then you've got like a bright yellow for the highlight. And I love that combo for green. If you're needing a good green combo. I'm getting hungry for like proper food. Like I had a bit of yogurt before, but now I'm like getting hungry. But I don't think I'm going to heat up my burger because I think that's actually going to really hurt my teeth. So I either go and heat up a packet of soup, or I could heat up a packet of soup or we have leftover hamburger buns that need using up, and I could just make a cheese roll, but put it in the microwave to melt the cheese, which would also soften the bread, and it'll be quite soft as well. Soup in a toaster, yeah, but I don't want to have toast because that's crunchy. Like just microwaving the cheese bread basically, which makes it a little soggy, but it actually works. But I don't think the soups that I have in the fridge are soups that are really like cheese bread or cheese toasty soups. I'm pretty sure I'm down to like these red curry type. Like they're more like a curry in a soup bag, like a curry soup. I don't think they're really like cheese appropriate. There are no food rules. That is true. That is absolutely true. You are absolutely right. Cheese goes with everything. Cheese goes with everything if it is your taste. Because I know tuna mounts are a thing and I can't wrap my head around it. Sorry, I can't. I don't like the idea of cheese and tuna. But then again, I'm also someone who's like not a big tuna person, as we all know. So I like my satay tuna can. But yeah. But if you like it, all good. And I'm glad you like it. I can get behind the theory of a tuna mount. But then again, these people, they're like, ooh, Marmite, Vegemite, freaking love Marmite. I could do a cheese and Marmite sandwich. That could be good, actually. That could be good. Yeah, see, when I think of tuna, I think of like Japan, and I think of Japanese preparations of fish, and I can't see cheese on that. That being said, Japan does make cheese, and they do have cheese in certain dishes. But yeah, I just think sushi. I know in Italy they don't believe in putting dairy and fish together. I think sushi tuna or canned tuna, yeah. I love fresh tuna. I'm not a fan of canned tuna, but I love fresh tuna. It is so amazing. So my apartment that I used to live in, there was this sushi shop under me, and they had pick your own sushi, and they always had like a tuna one, and it was just slightly seared on the outside, and oh, so good. It was like crusted in sesame seeds. It was a really expensive sushi shop, but because it was like pick your own, I could go down there and get like 4 pieces. It was just delicious. And then sometimes I would go down there and get like, you know, 2 or 3 pieces of like the really fancy sushi, and then pop over to the mall and get like the really cheap generic sushi, but get like just a vegetable one or something like that. And then I'd have like a good sushi spread with a couple of like the really, really nice ones, and then just some cheaper ones to bulk it out. I would have never moved. I want to live on top of a sushi shop. Yeah, so I was in an apartment that was in an office building, and so on the ground floor there was a corner dairy. We call them dairy, so it's like a corner shop or a convenience store. So there's a little store there, and then beside that was a tiny little sushi shop, very tiny. And then across the road was the Koha Cafe. So Koha is like giving what you can, and it may not be money. So that was a pay what you can cafe, which was fabulous for those weeks when I was broke. But I tried to pay where I could. I also gave them a lot of art supplies because they have an art room and a creativity space and a cool out zone, and they help a lot of kids. So I paid in other ways as well. Really wonderful shop. And then, so that was directly across the road. And then beside them was this very fancy Chinese place. And then I could go up a little bit. There was a Indian place, a Turkish place. Go up again, there was another Indian place, a fish and chip place. And then if I went the other way, there was a very cheap Chinese place, like a pita pit. It's called pita pit. It's like Subway but for wraps. And then there was a Thai place, another Thai place, a Mexican place, a burger place, and then there was another burger place, and then we were getting up the hill and we were getting towards like the really fancy ones. It was like I within like 1 block either side of me, and this is before we crossed the other way, which if I went the other way and then across the road there was the mall, and the mall had sushi, Tex-Mex, like bad Mexican, but you know, does the job. Like what a thing called bento bowl, which is like rice bowls or poke bowls, but with chicken. They had like a juice place, they had a boba place, they used to have a McDonald's, they had like a couple of cafes. Like there was food all around. But yeah, my mum was like, if I had to move into an apartment, that's the kind of place I'd want to move into, where I could just go and buy food every night. It's like, but you can't afford to buy food every night. Like, it's pricey. Like, yeah, it's convenient, but it's pricey. And that's where I was not able to do it because it was too expensive. So I would still cook myself, but it was handy on those nights that I did, because there was one night a week, which was Wednesday night, which was my takeaway night. And that night I would go out and I would get something to have for dinner. And I had lots of options because they were all around me. I didn't have to go far. I would never go to the store. Yeah. But if you had the disposable income and you hated cooking, like, fantastic. I just did not have the disposable income and I liked cooking, so yeah. But again, was very handy. Yeah, there are. It is hard. It's a convenience tax, and sometimes you do pay a lot more for the convenience tax, but it's working out. It's working it out, basically. I am a big fan of, I had quite a few what I call dump meals. One of my go-to was like a Mexican-inspired beans dish. It's probably not authentic in any way, shape, or form. But this was one of my go-to I am flared up meals, because it was literally take 3 cans of different types of beans, and I would have the ones that I knew had like the easy pull tab, so that they were easier to open. I didn't have to use a can opener. I would have these cans stand by, and I would shove them, like dump all them out, rinse off the brine, dump them in the crock pot, and then I would take 2 cans of pre-chopped and sometimes even seasoned but pre-chopped tomatoes, dump those whole cans in, dump in a can of corn, dump in a packet of pre-made taco, burrito, like any kind of Mexican seasoning, dump that in. And then I usually kept in my freezer like some pre-cut vegetables and stuff like that, so like onions and bell peppers were great to chuck in there. But literally it's all pre-cut. It was all dump in the crock pot, turn it on. And it was like one of those things where I spent maybe 10 minutes of effort, and it was mostly just opening and dumping. But it meant, like, it was one of my go-to flare-up meals, because I knew when I was starting to flare up, I was flaring up for a few days. And this would make enough that it could last a few days. And I would just pull out microwave rice if I wanted to put it on rice. Sometimes I just ate it straight as. Bit of cheese on top if I wanted some cheese. If I had nacho chips, you could have it with nachos. You could water it down to it's soup. Like, it was one of those. I made a big pot. It lasted several days, and it was just one of my go-tos. And like, if I had like a bag of lettuce, I could put it over lettuce and make like a taco salad. Like, it was if I had more energy, I could do more, but I could eat it straight. And it's one of my go-to, as I said, dump meals. And I'm a big fan of dump meals. Where you dump a bunch of things in the crock pot and then it does all the work for you. And there is nothing wrong with a good dump meal, because sometimes that's all we have the capability of. That's, again, bed is best. That is our rules around here. Bed is best. So whatever gets you fed, that is best. But yeah, sometimes when I'm watching like reels for a while, and videos will come up like, here's my go-to lazy meal, and they start by chopping vegetables, and it's like, no, that is not a lazy meal. If I have to get out a chopping board and a knife, it's not a lazy meal. There is one person, I can't remember her name, and she does these like little cooking reels where she shows you like meal ideas, but she does it from an accessibility point. So a lot of her meals are designed for people who have physical limitations opening things, or can't stand for very long. And I need to remember her name, because she does do some really great ideas. And like, you can take what she does and swap out ingredients, or take those ideas. And like, one of the meals she was showing recently, and it used like little baby new potatoes, and they just went straight in the crock pot, and there's no cutting, no peeling, no anything, just straight in the crock pot. It's like, that's brilliant. And it's like, I could make that same dish, but because I don't have the new potatoes, but I could chop up the potatoes we have, and like, again, that means I am doing a chopping, but this would be on a capable day, but it's still like only 20 seconds to go boom, 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 boom. Chop up 4 potatoes, dump that. Boom, done. I love new potatoes too. They're great. Yeah, modify your meals. And your meals are designed for people where, like I would it would be the type of meals I would have cooked on a flare-up day. Where it's like, it's designed for people with accessibility issues, and they're great, and they're still really tasty meals. And yeah, it is about doing things as easily as possible and recognizing that, you know, you need to eat, but also you can't stand for more than 10 minutes. And so, like, a simple thing, like, people will say, well, why don't you just chop some potatoes? But honestly, some days when you're flaring, you can't chop potatoes. You cannot stand. So, like, the effort to just go in the kitchen and get anything made, and the options are don't eat, which isn't great, especially when you're flaring. Order a takeout, which is expensive, may not be in the budget, and honestly probably won't help your flare up. Or use 10 minutes of energy, if that, to get this one dish done. And if it's like easy and accessible, it's the sort of thing you can push yourself to do when you're at that point. Like, I have done that before. I've pushed myself to do, as I said, the beans dish, the dump dish, because I knew I needed to eat, and if I spent a little bit of exertion, made this simple dump it all in the crock pot meal, then it was going to be good for the next few days. Yeah. Yeah, we have a few freezer meals here too. A lot of the time they're like the high salt and different bits and pieces, but there are some pretty good ones in there, and it's mostly about if you can find what you like. I've missed multiple leaves. We'll come back and do them. Yeah, and like we have a couple of freezer meals. Like we've got one pre-made cotta pie. We did buy a couple of them for pre-surgery, so that like if there was a night where mum couldn't cook, it was like I could just dump this in the microwave. So I had one of them, and they're pretty good. And then we're gonna just put this yellow behind, because that's gonna be our fade out. The yeah, we keep a couple of those in the freezer, and then we have like our freezer meals, which are when we've made a big crock pot of something and we've had leftovers and we've frozen portions. So we also have those ready to go. Yeah. You have gigantic aisles. Yeah, so we really don't have a lot. We have like maybe one small freezer bay full of them. Like you got a few options, but it's not a huge amount, but there's some. And again, they're good fit in a pinch. But yeah, not a huge amount. Yeah, it's just about finding what works for you. I do have, and I do buy a lot in terms of like a pre-made meal, is soups. And soups aren't particularly hard to make, but these sachet type soups that we can get, and they're in the fridge section, and so they're quite fresh, and that's what we usually keep a few of those on hand for a real easy dinner for me and mum, because soup is also something that sits quite nicely in my tummy. I quite like soup, so we'll quite often have some soup in the fridge, and so that's what will be my lunch today and my dinner today, I reckon, because it's also nice and soft. And we do make our own soup too, but you know, it's just one of those emergency dinners that is good to have on hand. Yeah. Yep. Oh, good, Brittany. I figured that. it's good when you get a good deal on something that you like to buy as well. Or you have to buy a lot, like cat food, which is why I brought some more cat food yesterday, because it was on sale. So it was like, well, we might as well grab some more. Right, we're going to finish off these leaves. And then we will take a lunch break because I'm getting hungry. And then I'll decide if I want to do the other leaves in the same green or if I want to do darker greens. So I'm kind of actually leaning towards darker greens. I think the contrast could be quite pretty. Especially because I think I was going to work with like a brighter yellow, but I actually think I'm going to use this zinc yellow that I've used to highlight on the leaves and stuff. And I think I'm going to just like work this around because I think this will actually be quite pretty and it will tie in our leaves quite a bit too. Just like, I guess I'm using the Polychromos to fade it out, but I think we'll do a little bit of a fade with the yellow. I think that'll look quite pretty actually. Something like that. Yeah, I think the yellow random will look really, really pretty. Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking how it's progressing. And we need to figure out our frog colours and then our bandana signs. But that's all stuff to work out afterwards. Ooh, blue frog. We should do a blue frog. Sorry, I've just seen. Blue frogs. We should do a blue frog. Look at the blue frogs. I like it. I like it. It'll tie in. It looks like blue's becoming a running theme because we've got the blue of the ribbons. We were thinking blue for the gingham pattern on the doggos. And then if we did the blue up here and we could do Baron's book blue and we could keep it like tie it all together with a little bit of blue. And then we can even bring the blue up here too. So I do like that idea of blue. I think that's going to look super, super cute. Okay. But that's things for afterwards because I need to pop to the bathroom and I'm going to make some lunch. So we are probably going to take a full 10-minute break here. We'll aim to be back at the hour because it's 10 to 1 here. So it's a good opportunity if you need to take a good break here. Go make yourself some food, do your washing, do the dishes. You know, do some self-care, at least have a little bit of a stretch and maybe some water. And we'll see you all in about 10 minutes. I'm back here. I'm just having some food. Ah. Hot, 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 hot. Alright. I'm going to track down this one for a minute. So I am here. I'm just going to put it on this one because it can be a little messy eating this. So we did end up going for soup. It doesn't look much like a soup. Kind of looks disgusting. It tastes alright though. It's meant to be some sort of Japanese curry soup. Has potato and edamame. It's not bad. And then I did also make cheese and Marmite, but the cheese all kind of melted to one side. So my lunch doesn't look particularly pretty, but it does taste good. That's the main thing. As long as I enjoy it, it is best. That's what matters exactly. Yeah, I might have to freeze my burger because I don't think I'm going to be eating my burger later on either. And I don't want it to go to waste, so I might have to freeze it. I was saying to Mum, I should probably pull out the lettuce before I freeze it. Oh, it's bucketing down now. It be raining. It be raining a lot. Here is washed and I have coffee. Proud of you, Cassie. That's a big effort. Well done. Enjoy your coffee. I had soup. I'm still deciding if I should call work or tough it out tomorrow for the last of this flu. Or I know you still weren't sounding great yesterday, but only you know how you feel and what you're capable of pushing through. But yeah, it's tough. I really do hope you feel better soon. As much as I have enjoyed you being home and streaming The Sims all week, I really do hope you feel better soon. Oh, honestly, like, if you're still, you know, absolutely really sick and you force yourself to work, you're just going to extend your sickness. Like, the thing about the body is if you don't listen to it, it's going to force you to listen to it. But yeah, I also get the, like, needing to work part too. Better than you were, but you're still sick. Well, there's your answer. You're still sick. I'm a big advocate, though, for, like, looking after yourself when you're sick. But I do get it, though. Do get it. Zoe, hello. I'm so sorry you're awake again. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad I'm here to help you through it, but I'm so sorry that you're not sleeping. It's not good. But we made some progress. I think we were just starting the owl when you... Maybe we're still working on latte, but we've finished latte and Baron. I'm also just taking a bite of food. Yeah, even the cheese bread's a bit tough for me to eat, so I think I'm going to freeze my burger. No, perfection. I will always refer to you as perfection. I tend to refer to people as their screen names, unless I'm really, really confident that they're okay with their actual name being out there. But I tend to, even if I know that, I'll still tend to read screen names because that's what's in front of me. But yeah, it does get tricky when we have multiple people with the same names as well. Like when we had multiple Stardusts in here, because we have a Twitch Stardust, then we have 2 YouTube Stardusts as well. But we haven't seen the other Stardust. We did see Stardust CMT today. But yeah, when we have all 3 Stardusts in here, it can get very confusing. Leon, aka Shadow, looks awesome. Oh wow, look at Baron. Thank you. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow's a new day, and hopefully be feeling better tomorrow. There's a few people not feeling well at the moment, and I hope you all start to feel better soon. It's not fun being sick. That's why I'm so grateful my surgery went so easily, and now it's like, I'm fine. Because, yeah, not feeling well or being in pain, it's just not fun, eh? It's not the mood, it's not the vibes. I mean, we're in a little bit of pain, which is, you know, why we're choosing to eat soup and why I'm going to be freezing what I was planning to eat today. But at least I can eat. Yeah. So yeah, we're just using a little bit of... We're getting a lot of pencil shine now, sorry. So, which is one of those things that I can't help too much. Like, it doesn't matter how I put on my lights. The only thing that really stopped the pencil shine was when I worked on an easel, which was okay, but it was very difficult to work in square books. It worked well for A4 books. It worked great for any smaller books, but square books, very, very difficult. So, yeah, like that little bit of elevation stops the pencil shine. Yeah. Oh, everything that I have is like too much of a rise, except for my easel that I have. But then the easel doesn't work well for this size book. One day I'll figure it out. One day I will get my setup perfect. Then, knowing my luck, I'll have to move. Yeah. Just color comfortably, yeah. Yeah, just know there's a lot of pencil shine. It's just one of those things we can't help it. Nature of the pencils. I do like the yellow around it. I'm glad I did go with the yellow. I know I didn't go with my original plan of pulling out the Albert Duras to do it. I just ended up doing it in Polychromos, but it works. I know, I was just feeling like doing it in Polychromos, so we did it in Polychromos. And in zinc yellow, which is not a colour I often use, but it's a really good bright yellow for this background. I'm in the living room with windows wide open. There's a lovely cool breeze. Oh, that cool breeze. That is so refreshing when you're not feeling great. I love that cool breeze. I would send you some of my rain if I could, and I'd take a little bit of the heat from you. The trees are all dancing as the water droplets fall off their leaves. $17 degrees Celsius at 2 in the morning. Damn. Shouldn't be that warm at 2 in the morning. Overnight is singles figures time. It's getting a little hard to eat. Back to the soup. Back with a Monster Energy drink. Welcome back. I have my bee. I'm also having soup. Tomorrow's 28, then we drop to 23, 24 for a few days. Ooh. But yeah, that humidity. Oh, it's the humidity that gets me. Like, I can be in 28 Celsius if it's not humid. The moment it gets humid, I'm like, I'm done. I'm done. As I was saying before, dry heat, all good. Humidity, no thank you. I'm just deciding if I've had enough lunch or if I want a few more bites. If I have a few more bites, I'll have a few more bites and then we'll switch back to face cam being on. You know, I'm not shoving food messily in my gob. I don't mind eating on camera. But certain foods are just kind of messy and not easy to eat on camera without looking horrendous. But yeah, I'm aware, and I have been targeted before in live streams by absolute trolls because I am a bigger person that eats. Oh my god, as if big people can't eat. So I make a point of eating on camera because fed is best. We like food. Yeah. $77%. I think that's probably what we're at right now. That's kind of normal around here. Let me pull up net service. Let's find out what our actual weather is at the moment. Yeah, we're 91% humidity. But we are only, well, we're 11, but we feel like 10 Celsius. But yeah, 98% humidity, but it is rainy right now. I don't want 10 cents, I want 10 Celsius. Yeah, 50 Fahrenheit for those that use freedom units. But yeah, now it's meant to basically downpour for the rest of the evening until about midnight. 20% humidity, so nice dry heat. But yeah, we're 91% humidity right now. Humidity is the part that I just don't like. Alright. Well done, perfection. Good on you. 20% humidity. Can we swap? We can swap, Zoe, because you're not feeling well. Yeah. Hey Mandy, welcome in. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm feeling quite good. I got a little bit of a toothache, so I'm just messily slurping some soup for lunch, which is why face cam's off at the moment. But we're just about done. I think I'm about full, so I'm just going to take a couple more bites and then we'll switch back to face cam. Itchy. I still feel like I got cat hair up my nose. My nose is still very, very itchy. Okay. I'm done. Alright. I'm just going to chuck the rest of this in the fridge. And I'll reheat it for dinner. That way, I'll know that I also need to take my burger out at the same time and freeze that. You're caught in the wheel well. Why you're rolling, funny? You can go down there. Okie dokie. Right, and then we go, boom. I'm back. Much better. Yeah. Not a huge fan of the soup. It's not my favourite soup, but we got them really, really cheap. So, there's quite a few of them in the fridge. And I was like, So, did the job, filled the hole. Not my favourite thing, but not the worst thing in the world. And sometimes it's all it takes. Alright. Are you thinking of colouring this book in order, Amy? No, I will be just working. whatever inspires me, but I do want to keep the colors consistent, which is why I have tracked the colors here just for the characters, not for like the grass or the plants or like the sign or anything, just like the actual figures, so that at least when I look through it, we'll have the same colors throughout. But yeah, I don't want to limit myself to working in order because, well, like, I'm ready to jump to the next page. I want to start this next page. I don't even like flowers all that much, y'all, for coloring. But, need to, like, move y'all right up and over. My camera's, like, I swear my camera arm is moving further and further to the left. Like, I love this one. I'm ready to jump into it, but I don't want to, like, have to work in order. It is very cute though, but I want the ability to just jump anywhere I want, and especially with like these ones having the little ones, I think these might be great ones to work on. I also really like this one where you have just the head of Leon looking at Lily with all the luggage. I also love this one with Baron holding a paintbrush. It's like a little porch artist area, and I really want to color in this one too. And there's so many cute pages like this one. So cute. I've seen the puppies with the fence done a few times too. I don't even know where to start in here apart from the character page. Character page is just the easy one to start with because, you know, get your colors sorted. But yeah, so many gorgeous pages. You got a thunderstorm here. The divot in the yard was full. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're experiencing a very heavy downpour right now out there. Like, I would turn the camera, but you won't even see anything except for grey. But yeah, it'd be a bucketing out there again. It's not good. So yeah, we've you may note your character's colours too. The box is what I've done Leon and the frog. Yeah, I've seen obviously the ice cream one. I've seen the puppies done a few times too. There's quite a few of them that I've seen. But yeah, we've got our little character sheet that I've got each of the character tracks because yeah, I do want to keep them consistent. And as I said, we've started this book and we've coloured Leon as Shadow, but unfortunately Shadow is an old boy, and so Shadow is like, I'm not going to complete this book before Shadow is gone. Just letting you know, just putting it out there, like, unless by some miracle he turns out to live until like 28. It's a sad thought to think about, but it's the truth. Yeah. But we will have the memes. Exactly. The good old memories. Yeah, I will be very, very sad when he does eventually go. He is 15. He's in good health, though. He's still, like, apart from a little bit of arthritis in the back legs, he's doing pretty good. He's mostly just a grumpy old boy. But yeah, when he does go, we are not getting another cat because Mum's allergies, like, it's a lot, so. I'll just sob every time you pull out the book. Aww. Yeah. I love black cats though, so I think it's like cute. So cute. But we got a while. Again, he's in good health. There's no signs. Pet friends are the best friends. Yeah. And it's really bucketing down again. I can't even see into the valley. The rain, like the fogginess from the rain is so intense. There's been a lot of like flooding and slips and stuff lately because there's been so much heavy rain. But then you have to kind of laugh at the irony that it's not ironic, and they've got it sorted, but we're in the middle of like, you know, some towns have been getting 1 month, 2 months, 3 months worth of rain in a day. One town has experienced once in a lifetime flooding twice in a month. Like there's some chaos things with water going on around Aotearoa, and then there's one town that had no fresh water. And it's not, they had to put in like the emergency drought plan for the water, but it was because the reservoir that had their drinking water, their fresh water, the flooding damaged, I think, the pipes that connect it. So there was no fresh water for this town, even though we're in the middle of the flood. They had a restrict water situation going on, but it was because the fresh water was not able to be used. So yeah. Like, it's sorted now. They've got it all sorted, but... And it's not, like, funny ha-ha. It's just, like, that funny sort of irony of, you know... There's, like, all these massive record downpours going on, and then there's this town that's like... yeah, we have no water. Yeah. Need to reorganize my prisoners today? You got this. Yeah, it's very unprecedented rain going on right now. Yeah, there's a lot of towns where they've been having like floods. There was a evacuation for another small little town last night. Everyone got out fine. Basically they're a small little town of I think a couple of hundred or something, and so the guy who owned the pub just opened up the pub and everyone just went to the pub because the pub was at the highest point of town. So it was in the safe zone, so he's like, cool, I'll just open up the pub and everyone can come to the pub. They just went to the pub. It's like, that's such a Kiwi attitude of, yeah, we're flooding, alright, oh sweet, let's just go to the pub and have a drink. And they were interviewing some people because some people stayed at the pub overnight, and they were interviewing a guy and he's like, oh yeah, I can get home today, they reckon it'll be open in a couple of hours or so, but you know, I think I might as well stay and have a couple of beers, eh? I'm here. Like, it's such Kiwi attitude. You know what I just realized? If I do color the art page in here, because it's like a seating area on a deck, and then I would have to title the stream, I am saying D-E-C-K, don't judge my Kiwi accent. Because I'm going to be talking about the deck a lot. Oh, itchy. I'm still so itchy. Right. I think we're good on the greens front. I think we can get on with our frog, which we did decide before we made food that we were going to do a blue frog. Because I thought that would be... a cute combo. Exactly. The deck. It's a artist coloring area on like a covered deck. But you know, I've been talking about coloring in the deck, and it's like I'm gonna have to put this in the title because you all are just gonna keep on laughing. It's like I'm saying a deck. It's not my fault your brains are going there. Alright, blue frogs. Gosh, they're so pretty. It looks like it has glitter. It's so pretty. It looks like a galaxy. It's fine. We're going to talk about blue frogs now. Gosh, they're so pretty. They're so pretty. Alright, so as pretty as that is, we're not going to see the back of the frog because we're looking at it from the front. So we could draw some like polka dots in on the front or something, or some spots on the front, but I like that, but that's more like purplies. We could go, there's quite a few colorways we could. I just love this one because it looks like it's got glitter on its back because of those little yellow spots. Like they look like glitter flakes to me, and I just read that as galaxy magical. You like the purple galaxy one? Yeah. I just keep getting drawn back to it. I mean, we're only taking inspiration from it anyway, but she's pretty. So pretty. So pretty. Okay. Gosh, I turned the lights off, but I might need to turn the lights on. It's actually really dark all of a sudden because the rain's coming. Sorry, I'm just trying to adjust the lights a little bit. It needs to be at an angle that I can still see. It'll work. The problem is if I turn the lights on, we're going to get backlight, so we're going to get really strong shadows coming forward over here. Which I don't like, but we may have to do, but it's alright. It's alright like that. It's just going to be shiny. We can't help the shine. Okie dokie. So, we have a couple of blues out that we'll try to keep using. Ooh, thunder. Don't know if the mic is going to pick it up. Lights, camera, action. Alright. That one, and then I need, let's put a little bit of yolk. Very distant, far away thunder, but there is definitely some thunder going on out there. Fingers crossed we don't lose power. Alright, so we definitely have like a little bit of darker in between the head here. Alright. Sounds like a lot of thinking, Brittany, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. Do some colouring chain, World of Flowers. Oh my gosh, I haven't worked on that book in a long time. I was thinking of doing another colouring D-stash or colouring books. Fair enough, if that's what the mood is telling you to do. There's no right or wrong way to have a collection, so... Making it for your mum? Cute. There's just so many books you're not enjoying anymore. Valid. Our choices and our taste buds do change. Taste buds, but you know, don't eat the colouring books. You know what I'm trying to say. Your tastes change over time. So, it makes sense. Makes more sense in the words that I'm trying to say. I feel like we're really zoomed out too. Yoink. Oh, wrong way. Froggy. Blue frog. I don't know why blue frog makes me so happy. I like blue frog. Taste buds say yummy books. Look, nowhere in my stream do I promise to be functional. I stream, I'm here, we may do some colouring. I in no way promise to be a functional human. You de-stashed over 30 books. Well done. That's what you needed to do. You feel better for it? Fantastic. I probably need to do a de-stash, but I ain't gonna do a de-stash. I just got another shelf. I'm quite happy with my collection at the moment. Like the only books that I know of for certain that I could de-stash is I have a few kid books that I could look at de-stashing, but I do kind of like working in them sometimes. And then the other one would be Colouring Heaven, and that one I'm not ready to de-stash because it felt like such a collection and I have such a good run of them. But yeah, Colouring Heaven is probably what I need to de-stash. I love that. I got another shelf. Honestly, I could do with another one. And I have a spare shelf to go in there too. So I absolutely could. create another shelf and just space them out a little further. But it works for now. My nibbling loves coming in here and just looking at all the books. Just like, you have so much colouring. I'm like, I know. Can we colour? Yep, you know where your colouring books are. No, I want to colour your colouring books. There's 2 more leaves I forgot. Every time. I've looked at this so many times and I somehow still miss that there's 2 whole leaves here this whole time. And even while doing the blue, I still missed that there were 2 leaves here. I swear they popped up around me. It's not like they're hard, but it's just like, I like triple checked I had done all the leaves. I mean, I know I haven't done one specific style of leaf, but like all these sort of bits, I thought I had done them all. I pointed out those leaves earlier, did I? My god. I'm doing well. Again, I never promised to be functional. Is it Sunday here? Yes, it is. It is currently 1:45 p.m. on Sunday afternoon. The day is going too fast. Time flies when you're having fun. I've been loving this coloring session. I'm glad. I have been having a lot of fun with this one. This book is just adorable. And I like how things are progressing. Alright, so I want a little bit of grey. Just for like this more lighter section. I'm kind of making things up a bit here because we can't see everything. So we're just going to kind of give it a bit of a white belly because I think that would be a cute amount, a little contrast. Just do a little bit of grey just to sort of shade, but like have it as a bit of a white belly situation. And then I want to get, where is it before? I used it before. Mortem Violet, which is like this dark reddy wine color that we used for our strawberry, which I know right now looks wild, but trust me on this. This is going in for our feet and also for a little bit on the legs where it's a bit more on the purple side. And you'll see as it layers with the blue, it turns more violet. I've done that before for fiction. It's easy enough to do. Like, I was sitting in the lounge and I was talking with Mum, and at the moment, so because I'm not meant to lift, there is a step down from the hallway into the lounge, kitchen, dining area. So rather than me stepping down with my walking frame and having to lift my walking frame, we're leaving Mum's walking frame in the kitchen, which she uses when she has to walk significant distances. And it's there so that I can just park mine up the top and then go down a stair and then go into Mum's walking frame. So it means I don't have to lift them down the stairs. And I was in there and we were talking about my wallet, and I was going to get my wallet out for something, and I just lifted the seat on Mum's walking frame, because usually with walking frames they have a seat on them, and then under the seat is like a bag or a basket, but this was Mum's one and there isn't one there. And I opened it up and of course there's nothing there, and I'm like, oh, this isn't my walking frame. It was just like such a duh moment, but it's easy enough to do. Like, you know, you get into the habit of things, you do things without thinking. It's easy enough to do. Yeah. And talked about it before. It's like how I have a terrible habit, or I used to have a terrible habit when I was in my apartment, of putting my keys in the fridge or the freezer, because I used to come home with groceries, open the fridge and the freezer to put away the groceries, and just shove my keys on a shelf without thinking, just to get them out of my hand, because I just unlocked my apartment door. And then I wouldn't think about it, and then later on I'd be going out. It's like, where the heck did I put my keys? So to really train myself to actively walk in the front door and hang my keys on a hook beside the front door, so that I knew that I could just go to the front door and go, oh, there's my keys. Again, it doesn't matter too much. We aren't recording these colours, and this isn't meant to be exactly a copy, so I'm gonna like just improvise a little bit. But I like our little blue frog. I think that looks cute. Right, your eyes, honest to God, look like a chrome nail polish. Cool. I think we can kind of just do whatever we want for the eyes, really. Again, we're making it up. It doesn't matter. We can do what we want. I think we'll just do yellow. We'll just tie that yellow around. We're going to start with an eraser. Get rid of a little bit of blue overlap. Okay, that's cute. I like that frog. I think that looks cute. So, now we have left to do is the other leaves, the little bandana. We should do this little ladybird thing too. Head of the ladybird, that's an easy one. Well, you're not even staying in the extender. Why did I bother with an extender? It's fine, it's such a little amount anyway. Amy, I called work. I told him I gotta play Sims for another 70 hours. Okay, bye. Oh, goodness. I don't think I'm quite at 70 hours this week, but I've definitely done a few hours this week. Yeah, I can't really boot up Steam. I am kind of thinking now that I'm a bit done. I need to figure out these leaves. I think we want to go more cooler blue greens, just for the contrast. So keep out Hooker's green. I'll do turquoise. We might even bring a little bit of dark blue into them too. And then... yeah, I think we'll go a little bit more on the like bluey minty green side. Not fully, but just a little bit more. Be a good contrast. Yay. I'm so glad you got the good manager on the phone, Cassie. Yeah, it's good when that happens, eh? It happens a couple of times. I'll ring up and... I mean, I work from home, so it doesn't affect anybody when I'm sick, except for myself. But yeah, I'll ring up and I'll get a certain person. I'll be like, oh my god, you sound awful. It's like, yeah. They'll be like, yeah, you're not working tonight, are you? And I was like, no. And they're like, yep. Yeah. Hope everyone feels better soon. That needs it, because there's a lot of sickness. So, yeah, hopefully soon you'll all feel better. I don't know how this will look, but we'll just do our best. I'm doing that thing where I'm covering it entirely as well. Good job, Amy. Professional streamer here. And one of these days I will remember to stream in a way where I don't block it. So we're using Hooker's green here as well. So we'll tie it a little bit into the green that we've already done. Just keep that same consistency throughout it, which will help tie it together even though they're two different greens. starting to feel sleepy. Sleepy. Yeah, I got woken up several times last night by Shadow. Being Shadow. I woke up. The first time I woke up was on me. It was because my teeth were hurting and I needed painkillers. So, that. And then the second time I woke up, it was because my stomach was hurting. And then I realized that was because Shadow was asleep on my stomach. Like, fully passed out asleep on me. He had, like... It was very cute. I felt bad. But he had, like... crawling onto me because I had fallen asleep on my back. So he had crawling on and he was like curled up on my stomach, but then he had like his head up here and then he had like his paws and they were like stretched all the way out to my neck, like he was sort of like claiming me, being like, my human. I was like, oh, you're so cute, but you're so naughty. You're not allowed that. It hurts. So I had to put him asleep beside me and he was very upset with me that I moved him. And then the third time I got woken up was by Shadow. And that was at 6:30 in the morning, and I woke up to him booping his wet nose all over me. Which, look, he can be cute, and I don't mind when he wakes me up. Normally, if he wakes me up because he needs to go out, he'll come up, because I have quite a bit of pillows stacked behind me, because I don't quite sleep flat. It's better for my back. So he'll crawl up onto the mountain of pillows and then be above my head, and he reaches down with his paws and he just goes like boop, 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 and bats me with his paws until I wake up. But he knows that I take a while to wake up. So he usually goes and wakes Mum up if he needs to go out, because all he has to do is scratch at Mum's door and Mum will wake up. So Mum's as usual, hey, I need to go to the bathroom. Wake up. But this morning I woke up to him like booping me in the face, like boom, boom, trying to get me awake with his nose. I was like, oh, okay, you must be like really desperate to go out if you're like really trying to force me awake. So I need time to like stretch to get moving in the morning and stuff like that. So I skipped all that and I got up as quickly as I could, and it hurt, but I did it because it's like, fine, you need to go out. And then I waddle out to the kitchen at 6:30 in the morning to let him out the front door, and then he just bolts away from the front door and goes and stand beside his food bowl. And that's why he woke me up at 6:30 in the morning, because his food bowl was empty. There was still technically 2 mouthfuls of food there. He was like desperate for food, I guess. It's like, you little shite. And I did feed him because I was like, you're just going to keep on booping me if I go back to bed. So I fed him, and then I went back into the room, and then I realised that by the time I got back there it was 7 o'clock, and I was like, well, I have to get up anyway, I guess. So I got up. Yeah, it was very adorable. He can be very, very cute. But I don't mind when he wakes me up because he's like, gotta go outside, right? Like, we don't have a cat door. It's fair enough. As I said, he usually wakes Mum up, but if he has to wake me up, he's very good about booping me with his paw, like a little boop, and then it's like, okay, cool. And I'll get up. But the wet nose boops, it's not the vibe. It's not the vibe to wake up to a wet cat nose on your face and on your lips, and my face still feels itchy from it too, which is why I think I also feel like I've got cat hair up my nose. That, and I probably do actually have cat hair up my nose, but yeah. Just super, super cute. Yeah, I think I like that contrast of like the more bluey greens with the warmer greens. Double A might still be here, might be asleep. Nope, there they are. Do you use your core pencils for all your projects? What do you mean by core pencils, Amanda? Do you mean like, do I have a set of pencils that I use all the time? I have a couple of sets. I know a lot of people that have quite a few different sets, and I don't have a huge array of sets. Yeah. I have Prismas, Polychromos, and Pablos. And I have all three of those in one case now. With the idea being that I can mix. Yeah, so Polys, Prismas, and Pablos are my core, basically. They are majority of the time what I use. I now also have Harmonious and Kalua pencils. And so the Harmonious are now also in that same case with the Polys, Prismas, and Pablos, so that they can also be mixed in where the colour's needed. At the moment, I'm just using Polychromos. But I've got the case there to blend them if I want to blend them. I don't know, there's something about Kanoko's work in Polychromos that just really appeals to me. I don't normally like to work just in pencil. There's something about Kanoko's work in pencil floats my boat. So, yeah. The only other sets that I would consider core are Ink Tests and Albert Durers. And they are used as a base with my Polys, Prismas, and Pablos. So, yeah. Yeah, I do mix some. So I've got, not on every page in every brand, but like, oh, I gotta stand up. Ooh. I need to clean up all the books that are around here. There's a lot of books that are around here. You should be down there. Oh, I could have just reached down here too. Forgot I pulled these ones out earlier for Zoe. Because I could have also just used the example of the Mighty Nine colouring book. Sorry, I just need to reset that crop. There we go. So like this one, not that one. Where are you? There it is. It's like, I know it's around here somewhere. This one here. I'm sorry, I have to do it this way because the pencil shine, because of my lights. But this one here, it uses actually water-based markers as a base, and then it is a mixture of Prismacolor, Pablos, and Polychromos pencils. So this is all three pencil brands mixed together. So all that bright pink is Prismacolor, because they have like an absolutely fluoro bright pink, which is super creamy and soft and was great to blend in. And then when I needed to get a little bit more in there, I also used a bit of Pablo. And then, yeah, there's a bit of Polychromos too, especially to help build up some extra tones on the fabrics and stuff like that. Plus a little bit of sparkle. If you know, you know. Dust of deliciousness. You already got them? You got the books ordered? Sorry, but also you're welcome. Yeah. So yeah, that's all three mixed together. And then this one here, which we will eventually get back to this one. Just haven't been in the mood for this one. And takes a little bit of thinking. But this one here, the Sky. This is Inktense and Albert Dürer base, and then paint pens, and then Polychromos, Prismacolor, and Pablos. So that's everything mixed together. And I do mix my sets because they each have a different effect, and they produce a different look. So yeah, I like to use them for their differing effects. So like, Prismacolor is super opaque. Well, not super opaque, but it's got more opaqueness and it's creaminess, so it's great for doing like spot highlights and bringing in some brighter colors. Pablos are sort of like my happy medium ground, where they've got a little bit of opacity, but they're also a little bit sheer. They're also a firm pencil, so they're good for doing just a general. And then the Polychromos, they are the firmest pencil, but they're also the sheerest, so they're great for like tinting and adjusting colors and bringing in extra layers. And so yeah, I can kind of work all three together. yeah, they can be a little difficult depending how you work. You can't just like burnish them together. We're having to work in light layers, and we are kind of having to work certain things together, and polys and pablos work better together, and then polys and prismas work better together, but prismas and polys can be a little difficult to work together, but they can do. But yeah, as I said, they each have differing effects, and because of their differing effects, they bring in different things to the page. So I like to work them together to basically work with the pencil to achieve the look I want. Which is why I did put all 3 sets into one case, because for me it makes a lot of sense. One day we will get back to that Thomas Kincaid. One day. I'm telling you what, my whip list has skyrocketed at the moment, and that's okay. I've just accepted that the whip list is now very, very high. But I think if I can try and get one more older whip knocked off the list this year, I'll be happy, because most of them that I have now, I don't know how many exactly I had, but I had 6 or so before this 3-month period of where I haven't done a completed pages. But 3 of them are not from this year. But then I know in the last month we've created like probably another 10. But they're all from this year, which is really cool. Yeah. I'm using colors and prismas. Nice. Yeah, I've still got to go through and sort out my big colors tin and then use them a bit more. I just haven't used them enough yet to be able to work out how to incorporate them, but I feel like they're going to blend pretty well with the sets as well. Yeah, they feel slightly different from what I've played with. They felt a little bit more grainy. But I think I could probably get a few bits and like a few layers, and I think they'll be on par with sort of like the Polychromos in terms of the layerability. I just don't think there's quite as much pigment as the Polychromos, but they still felt pretty reasonable. And for the size of the tin and how many colors there are. But yeah, I think I haven't decided yet. Like, I've had a few little plays with them and tried them for a few different things. I think what I need to do is do what I did with my water-based markers, where I bundle them together in groups, but then leave them in the tin, because those trays are actually quite difficult for me to get out with my fingers. So I think it would be better if I actually bundled them into groups and then kept the group bundles in the tin, and then I can just pull it out when it's like, okay, I want a red orange, I want an orange yellow, I want a yellow. My whips have jumped to 200 whips. I don't care, I'll finish them when I'm in the mood. Yeah, that's valid. I track them just so I remember what whips I have, but I'm also kind of feeling like I don't really want to worry too much about them at the moment. Like, I worked really hard to get my whip list under control, because at the start of at the end of 2022, the start of 2023, I think it was 84 whips, and then that's now between 2023, 2024, no, 2022, the start of 2022, because this took me several years. Basically by the end of 2024, I gotten it down to 5 or so. Like, I gotten a lot of that list down. And as I said, now, apart from the whips I've created this year, I'm down to 3. So if I can get those old whips done, then I think I'll be like content. Like, trying to keep whips within the year that I created them, but also like, if I have a lot of whips, I have a lot of whips. Like, I love how colors just like starts a page and then isn't inspired and moves on to something else. And I think it's real fascinating when she flips through her books and she's got all these partially done pages, but she also has all her inspiration images in the book too. I think it's really neat. And as long as you're writing down what you're using so you can come back to it, I think it's alright. So I'm kind of like, do I just not worry about the whips and I'll get back to them when I get back to them? Yeah. I have a binder full of whips and I keep adding more to it. It's all good. Love Erica's creative freedom. Yeah. Yeah, I just, like, I've worked hard to knock off a lot of those old whips, but then a lot of what I produced from those was me just trying to get the whip done for the sake of getting the whip done, and it's not some of my favorite work. And I do like how Erica just like is like, I'm not inspired by it anymore, and walks away and then comes back to it when she's inspired. So if she's in the mood to do a ton of backgrounds, she just preps a bunch of backgrounds. She's like, if I just want to color this one item, I just color this one item. And I think that's really quite a good way to go about it. That being said, I am the sort of type A personality where I like things done in a structure, and I like things done in an order, and I like a logic, and I like a reason, and I like lists and spreadsheets, and like I'm a little bit type A like that. Not a pedantic amount, but I do like a certain amount of logic. And to me, moving on from a page before the page is finished is kind of illogical in my brain, but also I appreciate it as well. So yeah, I think it's a catch-22 of like, I've worked hard to keep my whip list down, and I've been keeping my whip list down for a while, but I'm also not going to pressure myself to jump back to my whips because I've created a lot of whips recently. So if it jumps up again, it's going to jump up again, because right now I'm so all over the place with coloring that it doesn't matter. I'm not going to pressure myself to go and finish whips. If I start 100 pages, I start 100 pages right now, and that's okay, you know. But then, like, in a year's time, I might be really back in the zone, and then I'll be like, cool, now I've got too many whips and I just want to knock them out, and I'll knock out a bunch of whips. So yeah, I think it's just accepting that right now I might create a lot of whips, and that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, all she does is she goes to Pinterest. Yeah. So, literally, here we go. Literally, because I've done this before too, because I did create some inspo pages for a couple of pages. So you go to, look, we've got a Pinterest thing here saved, because I was looking at this, because I liked this pictures of Neko. So I was saving that just so I could look at it. Skip for now, I don't care. So let's say that, you know, let's say we're working on the page next to this. So let's say we're working on this page here, and we've got a cat, we've got a garden, we've got strawberries, and we've got a butterfly. So I might go black cat in garden with strawberries and butterflies. And then the trick that Erica uses a lot is she'll type illustration. I should have had that. It's not going to even show because it's a bit above. But yeah, black cat in the garden with strawberries and butterflies illustration. And we're just on Pinterest. Ignore ad blocker. And then it's going to come up with some images, and there might be something that really captures us, like a color scheme or a certain style or anything, you know, that might capture us. So this here with like all those yellows and that color around it and that gradiating color, that might be what we like. So we go view larger, copy image, and then she literally just uses Canva. Yeah, go away. So many. Doc, create new. You can do it in Canva, you can do it in Word, you can do it in Photoshop. And you just go paste. And then it loads in. And then you can move it around. I usually do it in Photoshop, but I'm not booting up Photoshop for while we're in stream. But then you can just take this image and you can move it around the page and do what you need to do and add all those pictures in. And so when you click on the image, it may also bring up some other ones. So this one here, I might look at that and go, oh, that colorway, like with those colors in the background, that yellow to pink to blue, I might really like that. I might really like a specific butterfly, or I might look up certain butterflies. And basically it's just putting enough images on a page that suits a theme that you like around it, and then you print the page. And then once you've done all that, Alien World says one. Once you got your page collated, you just print it. And you can shove it in your book. So this one here, which is upside down, is a bunch of cyberistic future planet inspo, which is my inspo for this planet in Alien Worlds. Yeah. So I know when I do it, I usually have a page picked out and I'm looking for specific inspiration. Like for that Alien Worlds page, I knew I wanted pink, purple, blue, futuristic sci-fi. So it was like a specific pattern for that one. But then sometimes I've been on like the internet or something and just seen an image and there's been one specific thing about it. It might be the lighting on a strawberry, or it might be a colorway or something, and it's like, I'll keep that in mind, and then maybe one day a page will appear. And I don't do a page like Erica does for every single thing. I don't have a printer for starters. I have to go and get them printed somewhere else. So I only print them for very specific purposes where I will want to have those references nearby, like for that Alien Worlds page, because I'm going to need to have those references, because I've never done cyberpunk, futuristic, neon glow like that before, so I knew I needed references for that one. But then, as you can see with like our blue frog, sometimes when I'm coloring, if it's something that I want to color and I don't know how to color it, just like the owls, just like the puppies and even the kitties, I'll just Google blue frog or owl and find an image that I like and use that as a reference. Yeah. This noob is learning so much. Yeah. I mean, so many pages of colourful backgrounds I'd love to try, but keep checking out. Yes. It's worth trying out. It's a lot of fun. This is what I love and live in live streams. Yeah, absolutely, Zoe. That would be a really great video. If I could be bothered to do videos, it would be a video. But I do live streams. I've accepted this about myself. I don't like creating videos. I just do lives. But yeah, absolutely. Please do a video, because there are so many more ways of obtaining images as well. And then also putting images together. But yeah, the Google, Pinterest, two easiest ones. And then if something goes wrong, put glitter on it. Amy taught me that one. If in doubt, glitter it out. Never fails. Never fails as a rule. Yeah, if you are, like, if I was to, there is a difference too, like, if you're just generally Googling something, like, you know how I just Googled up some animal images and kind of used them as a bit of a reference. Oh, cool. If you see a person's coloring page, like, I've got their that Pinterest page saved by Jessica Yeh, because I really like the perspective of the trees. So I've got it saved as a, like, we should keep this in mind. And I'm sure there's other people who have done perspective and trees and stuff, but I've got that one saved. So if I complete the page and I do end up using how she's done the trees to do my trees, I should also be crediting her, especially if I post anything showing her image where I got this inspiration from. So it's always good to give credit where you can. It is kind of hard on the internet some days to credit some stuff because some stuff isn't always tagged correctly, or, you know, things get just posted anywhere. But yeah, if you can, you should credit. I kind of cut back my live streams and started doing more pre-recorded contracts. I'm kind of suffering with stuff being impaired with live streams. I wasn't feeling best out putting out my best concert because I was really anxious. That's all good. If that's, you know, not what you're vibing with, that's it. As, like, don't do it. At the end of the day, like, making content is a side hobby to our hobby. We're all colorists first. So if, like, doing a live stream isn't your comfy cup of tea, don't do a live stream. If making videos isn't your comfy cup of tea, don't do it. Don't post on social media if you don't want to. Like, you don't have to do any of these things because colouring is our hobby and the rest of it's just secondary. Yeah, and that's a good idea, Double A. It's a bit, Instagram can be, Pinterest can be a bit hard. I know I've got a bunch of stuff saved as well. But a lot of the time, like, I'm not someone who pulls up a lot of inspiration on how to color a page because I tend to just have my own ideas of how to approach a page, and I don't like to kind of be swayed by others' approaches. But sometimes I will look up others' approaches for specific pages if I'm stuck, and it's a lot of the time it's because it's not a page I've picked, it's like a group page or something, and I'm like, I've got no idea how to approach this one, so how did someone else approach it? But usually if I've picked a page, it's because I've got a color scheme in mind or I've got an idea in mind, so I don't really need to look up the references. That being said, there is, for example, Alien Worlds, where I have that specific idea in mind, so I need to know how to pull off that idea. But what I do pull up a lot is references. I do pull up legit animals and, you know, like flowers and real life photos of things so that I can try to replicate them. Yeah. It's catch-22 because live streams are how I talk to all my lovely YouTube friends. Yeah. I want to be in more live streams, but a lot of you are live streaming when I'm like, it's like my 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. It's like, I can't get up for that. I try, but I have a lot of notifications, and then I'm like, yeah, nah. Sleep through again. But yeah, when the time zones change, it'll stop being like 3 and 4 a.m. and it'll be like 6 to 7 a.m. and it'll be just a little bit more feasible for me. But that's the thing about live streaming too. There's never a perfect time to also stream. It's the only time that's good to stream is when suits you as the streamer, because you're the one that's streaming. Like, it's always going to be the wrong time zone for someone. Funnily enough, the times that I stream don't suit most Kiwis to watch my streams. But it works for me, even though I'm a Kiwi. I love looking at photos and love trying to replicate. Yeah, there's definitely a really good skill in taking a photo and replicating it. Oh my gosh, Shadow. You know, I'm not lifting you up. I've already done it twice today, and no. I'm sorry, don't give me those baby eyes. he's just gone down and sulked because we wouldn't lift him up. I'm sorry, but no. I have to look after my stomach. Yeah, he's on the ground sulking now. Yeah. I'm sorry, but no. I'm sorry, but no. Aww. Stardust, appreciate it. I hope you're doing well, huh? We are working away very slowly, but I am really enjoying how this is coming together. Oh, that's right, I did this one too. But once we've done this, I'm going to need a colour for the little Leon flag, and then I need a colour for Leon's little sign. Keeping in mind the text is going to be gold, and whatever colour I do this, I might want to do all of them, so yeah. That's basically what's left, is just this flag and the scroll. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh wow, coming up in 6 hours. Yeah, he's fully sulking now. He's fully on the ground sulking. Oof. I keep yawning. There's no right or wrong way to approach a page either, so like if you choose a page at random and then look for inspo for it, or you look at a page and go, oh, I've got an idea, and then you color it, or if you see someone else's version and you're like, oh, I want to give it my own spin, or like, you know, like however you approach it, there's no wrong way to do it. It's just the way that works because it gets you coloring. So great thing about coloring. He wants to be with his human is laying on the ground in protest. Yeah. He knows, though. He knows that he's not meant to be picked up and lifted, and yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he comes and tries to join me in bed tonight, just so he can try and get some more cuddles. Or maybe colour Marie first to see what colour would look best for everyone. Yeah. Yeah, it might be a good idea to do so. Because I think I want to keep the scrolls consistent, but it's going to be interesting to try and choose a colour that suits everyone and also suits gold. Because my head was like, oh, you could just do them like a papery colour, like paper scroll colour, but then with the gold on top might not be enough of a difference. I mean, I don't have to do the letters gold. I could pull out a different colour, I guess. But I don't know. My brain goes gold. We have the power to do other colours as well. But, you know. Gold. The letter should be gold. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that either. Like, again, you can't blah, 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 blah. There's no wrong way to colour. So whatever gets you colouring, awesome. And if that's following the colour along, if that's doing your own interpretation, like, it doesn't... If that's taking a page and then going, nah, I don't like this page at all, and sticking a piece of scrapbook paper over it and then drawing your own image on top, all good. Like, you coloured. It's the thing, like, it's subjective. So, there's no right or wrong way to colour a page or anything. Green gold leading for skull, yeah. I'm really leaning towards gold, and I could also bring the gold up to this little flag. It's just figuring out what colour the flag is going to be. Which I guess if we did like a very pale, white, creamy paper colour for the scrolls and for the flag. I have entirely forgotten to colour in the stems of this clovery style leaf. Oh my gosh, I cannot stop yawning, yo. I love our little blue frog. It makes me very happy. Okay. Oh my gosh. Maybe rich regal green? Yeah, that could work too. Yeah. Yeah, if there's a flag for pets or for cats, it even exists. Possibly. I mean, cats. Oh, speaking of cats, meow. What, you think you're gonna get some attention? I'm not picking you up. Oh, good perfection. Hey, you know what? Maybe I'll do what you know. Let's do what you know time on the other characters. Sorry, that took me way too long to process. Oh my goodness. No. If you... What's in your mouth? Oh. Not meant to do that. Look at me. Open your mouth. Open your mouth. Yeah, I know. Open up. You look like you might have a bit of a sore tooth as well. You look like you might have a bit of a sore tooth. No wonder you're being fussy about your food, eh? I don't know what I meant to do for that. Might have to see. I might have to go talk to Mum about that. Alright, I picked you up, and I'm not meant to pick you up, but you can't go on the desk. Because you cause trouble on the desk. Because you keep on going for the treats. Here you go. Good on you, Zoe, for getting a drink. Oh, Shadow, I can't hold you like this. It hurts. You can have a couple of minutes, and then you're going on the floor. You happy now? You having a couple cuddles? Yeah. Nah, it's not too bad. It's just, I can, like, I'm tensing core muscles and I'm not meant to do that. But also, alright. Oh, sorry, get. I know. He does look like he's got a bit of a tooth thingy going on there, so yeah. Right, I'm just deciding because I actually, like, all of a sudden energy levels are just dropping, so I'm kind of thinking I might need to actually go and take a nap. Like, I just feel myself going, which, if you're somebody with chronic fatigue, you may be aware of the chronic fatigue waves that hit, where you just, like, you feel alright and then all of a sudden your energy's just gone and it starts hitting you like a wave. I think, yeah, it's an Amy crash, yeah. Blue and gold is actually a really good combo. Like a dark blue would work for the flag. Blue and gold could work for the flag, and that would get dark blue in there. Yeah. And then I could do gold for the paw print and the thing. Someone remember dark blue for next time. It's gonna be next time's issue. Yeah, I think we're gonna take a little in stream here because I am feeling my energy just go kaput, so it's definitely bedtime for me. I'm gonna go and curl up and put on a YouTube video and fall asleep pretty much instantly. Oh yeah, no, I'm struggling to keep my eyes open. We're definitely getting a wave. If you've never had one of these before, it's the only time that I will ever fall asleep hitting the pillow, because I will get to bed and be out like that. Sometimes it's only for 20 minutes, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Thank you all so much for being here. It's been wonderful spending almost 6 hours with you today. We've made a lot of progress. If I get inspired to, I'll color this off stream, but if I don't, we'll finish this up on Tuesday. Either way, I'll let you know what we're doing, but we're going with the flow at the moment, because things are what they are. Appreciate you all very much being here. We'll be back in 2 days with regular stream, and yeah, I hope all of you that aren't feeling great feel better soon. Lots of self-care tonight, lots of self-care, lots of love, and yeah, I'll see you all in the next stream. Bye. That's not the button, that's the button.